Big Bad Center.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. This is Dennis Spurling. I'd like to welcome everybody here today. I hope you all have enjoyed your time. Let me get my collar straight. Let me pop my collar. It's a beautiful day today, wherever you are around the world. And I just want to thank you all for spending some time here with me on this wonderful day. I want to make sure that you can hear me clearly. If you can hear me clearly, hit the number 1 button. Let me know that you can hear me clearly by hitting the number 1 button. And also make sure you check in. Make sure you check in. Let me know you can hear me clearly. Hit the number 1 button. We have a proverbial barn burner today, this morning, wherever you are around the world. I'd like to thank everybody for being here today again. Sip a little bit of water, keeping it healthy. I want to just make sure that you all understand where we are right now. This is a very tumultuous period here in the United States. We have a lot of people who are asking questions. They are, for whatever reason, they can't keep foundational Black American people's names out of our mouth. We did everything we supposed to do. We voted for the person that wouldn't have this going on right now. Well, not me. Many of you all who care, you wonderful, beautiful Black people who didn't want to see the world in turmoil, but folks like me who are interested in maintaining and holding on and building a legacy didn't really care so much about what these other folk who pretend to be our friends want. You understand? Nevertheless, many of you Black folks voted against your own interests in hopes to stop what we see happening right now. And that, for that reason, you should be commended. Now, that being the case, here's the thing. There's a lot of Africans who have come to live in America. And there are a lot of Black Americans who are going back to Africa. We see that happening all the time with the Ghana's Year of Return and similar initiatives. It's really just drawn thousands of Black Americans, or as we call them, foundational Black Americans, the Solon people, indigenous Americans, indigenous Black Americans, to take citizenships or at least relocate to places like Kenya and other nations, and Nigeria and Ghana. And now, you see a wave of U.S. Black expats citing escape from racial tension and system failure and the appeal of starting over. And so they're leaving. And at the same time, as I said, you see a lot of foreign-born Black immigrants populations in the U.S. rising. For example, the U.S. Black immigrants grew from 3.5 million in 2012 to 4.3 million in 2022. It's a huge jump. And we hear it happening in real time. And Africans abroad, even in America, constantly complain online about how they send, or let me say it like this. I guess we need to ask ourselves, can we exist? You see? Can we exist with them? You see? Can we do that? Can our culture and their culture exist together? And see, again, we wouldn't be talking about this, but for the fact many Africans have told us we don't have a culture. And because they told us we don't have a culture, Not only do we have to prove that we do have a culture, but it requires that we take a close examination of their culture. Now, let's talk about culture, because here's the crux. We like to hear that African culture is communal. That's one of the greatest aspects of their culture. And on the surface, that sounds good. But let me unpack what communal means in practice. See, in many parts of Africa, community doesn't mean protecting each individual. It means no individual is bigger than the group. Okay. And that includes your freedom, your body, your life, and your property. So, put it plainly, if selling one man into, I don't know, slavery will save the village or the kingdom, then they'll do it and they'll justify it as being for the good of the collective. And if betraying a friend, a neighbor, a rival, okay, maybe a rival tribe, if it's seen as a strategy, then it's not sin. That is not unity. Okay, that is that is utilitarianism. Okay, they see you as a utility. It's a code where the end always justifies the means, and loyalty is measured in usefulness, not morality. Again, we hear this happening all the time. We have a lot of Africans and oftentimes Caribbeans, because they share very similar culture. They go abroad, whatever Western country in America, and you hear them constantly complain online about how they send money home to build houses or support family, only to discover the funds were reallocated. You know, they sent money home to build a house for them, but somebody took the money and they reallocated those funds to pay for some nephew or niece's school fees or to help another relative. And this isn't seen as theft. It's seen as fulfilling a communal duty, the same communal mindset that once allowed tribes to sell their own members into slavery for the good of the group. And that still exists today, just in modern form. And when you compare that to foundational Black American culture, culture born from the plantation, from bondage, from the need to protect each other when no one else would, that the difference is stark. See, our survival depended on mutual trust, individual dignity, and a collective uplift. We rise together. It didn't allow for sacrificing one for the many. And that's not who we are. It's not who we're going to be. Foundational Black Americans didn't survive on sacrificing a few. We survived on protecting the whole. We didn't hand each other over for convenience. We hid, we ran, we fought, and we died together. Our culture was built on trust. It was built on brotherhood and shared suffering, not on calculating who to trade for a better deal. So we have to be honest. Tribalism and communalism, though it's celebrated as some sort of cultural strength, it can be turned into weapons when unchecked. When the community comes before the individual, there's no guarantee that you won't be sacrificed for someone else's benefit. And that includes your children. And that's not unity. That's collectivist control. And that's why Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, we need to think carefully about before assuming Africa or even Africans in America automatically represent safety, brotherhood, or shared struggle. The culture itself often operates on principles completely opposite of ours. So let's stop pretending that African communalism is so superior. Okay? Let's stop pretending that what they have as communalism is superior to what we have as a Black American community. They are not the same things. And one is about preserving the tribe's power. The other is about preserving each other's humanity. That difference is everything. And because when you bring a culture that says if it benefits the group, betrayal is acceptable, into a society like ours, one born of struggle for individual dignity, you create nothing more than chaos. You create distrust, you create a system where manipulation replaces morality. And that's exactly what we see happening now. That's why we got to start asking hard questions. Because see, this so-called diaspora war is just the beginning. It's the impetus to cause a fight. They got the numbers up. They got their numbers up. They got their money up. They're here now. Ask yourself, family. Historically, Africans were willing and still are willing to sell each other into slavery for tribal gain. What makes us think they won't sell us out over here for political power or status or money? If their communal loyalty ends where their advantage begins, how can we ever expect protection from people who view betrayal as pragmatism? If this cultural mindset continues to grow unchecked in our communities, how long before we start turning on each other again, just wearing new clothes and using new terms is not the same. So check this out. It's dangerous. Shout out to Mr. Hunter 5150. We're drawing people into our spaces. We're letting them in, they're displacing our norms. Okay. They're trying to convince us that somehow we don't have a culture so that we'll accept theirs. They come under the banner of melanin and solidarity. These Pan-Africanists are nothing but Trojan horses to get us to accept something. They're trying to convince us to go back home so they can have a reason to come here and replace us. But again, they bring a mindset that says the tribe comes first and the individual is expendable. And we don't have a home to return to. See, they do. If they choose, they can leave. We built this land. When I say this land, I'm talking about the United States of America, and our future lies here. The stakes are higher for us now. See, when you bring a culture that says, yes, we're one, so we'll sacrifice you if it helps the many, into a culture that says we protect each other. Your life matters. We don't trade our own for someone else's gain. You create a mismatch. And the mismatches lead to betrayal. They lead to exploitation. They lead to us foundational Black Americans being undermined from within on our home territory. So ask yourself, are you safe in the land you built with these folk here, with these newcomers coming to this land, imposing their culture? Or are you risking your future by importing a mindset that doesn't value individuals' rights the way you do? Because see, here's the realistic thing about I need you to understand. This time it won't be Europeans coming to Africa. So the betrayal won't come from a foreign power. It will be someone who looks like us, a melanated person, a Black person, if you will. And what we're going to learn today is a harsh truth, one rooted not in hate, because I'm not a hater. And all I do is give you the history. And that's what this is rooted in. This is not new. This culture that we're talking about, it's the same culture that normalizes deception, exploitation, and betrayal in modern times, and profited from selling us centuries ago. And the receipts stretch from the slave coast to the digital age. Now, again, in recent years, conversations about the so-called diaspora war have exploded online. You got many Africans and Caribbeans now claim to feel hurt. They feel as though they're being attacked because Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, are letting them have it. They poked the bear. They poked a big black bear from America Okay? And now they're getting responded to. And this is a long overdue reckoning with decades of unaddressed prejudice and hypocrisy and intra-racism and double standards inside the Black global community. And those loudest about being hurt are not foundational Black Americans. And the thing you need to understand is their discomfort isn't born from injustice, it's born from us holding them accountable. For generations, too many Africans and Caribbean immigrants have locked down on Black Americans and repeating the same colonial propaganda that once justified our ancestors' enslavement. They were taught that we were lazy. They were taught that we were violent and uncivilized, and we don't want to work. Somebody type work hard in the chat room. And these are the lies passed down by Europeans and reinforced by local elites eager to prove their distance from Black Americans. We're not like them. We are not like those Black people. Those Black, I am not Black. And now the internet has shattered that hierarchy. They're suddenly offended. But the truth doesn't care about your feelings. See, when Black Americans finally started defending our image and telling our side of the story, the silence broke and the guilt began to show. Here's a reality, family. Africans and foundational Black Americans do not share the same culture. We may share the same ancestry in some regards, but not the same social codes or values or moral boundaries. See, we as foundational Black Americans, we were forged in a crucible of survival and rebellion. You understand? In fact, we had to reinvent ourselves. Africans were shaped by these tribal hierarchies that they have. They had to deal with colonial patronage. Okay? Centuries of internal commerce, i.e., selling each other. That's what they dealt with. Some of us just refer to it as a scammy culture, a scamming culture. Deceit, bribery, backdoor dealings, all normalized. And this has deep-seated historical roots. It's the same instinct that once turned human lives into currency. And let's stop pretending this is just about internet insults. The diaspora wars are exposing the truth that's been buried under this Pan-African idealism for too long. Black Americans have always been open-handed and generous and inclusive. We built movements that inspired the world, from the civil rights movement to hip hop, and we welcome others into our space without demanding tribute. Yet, all too often, the generosity was met with mockery and betrayal. Y'all don't have a culture. You all are lazy. Where are you from? I'm from Compton, mother. You see what I'm saying? They don't ask the Jamaicans or the Trinidadians where they're from. They just ask Black Americans where they're from. And it's a means of trying to, because see, they don't, shout out to Pam C, thank you. It's a means of trying to degrade us. Because see, they're trying to humiliate us so they can take our place. The same thing the white people do. They were telling you big booties and twerking was ghetto all the way up until they decided that white women wanted big booties and started ghetto. Now it's chic. They did it so it was a little cultural dance out of Louisiana, and they just blew it out the water. And now it's embarrassing to do it. These same people that once called you cotton pickers and cotters are now crying for unity. Look, man, when you got O'Shea Duke Jackson, a man who actually lives in Africa, a foundational Black American brother out of Sacramento, California. Shout out to O'Shea. When he describes a normalized culture of gatekeeping and grifts and scams,
You got to believe him. He's not lying. He's reporting from the ground, the same cultural framework, and the brothers over there in Uganda. It's the same cultural framework that made it acceptable to sell human beings for rum and rifles and still manifests itself today in fake land deals and investment tours and heritage packages. They prey on well-meaning Black Americans looking for belonging. Now let that sink in. They sold us then, and they're still selling us now. The product has changed, but the principle hasn't. And that's the uncomfortable truth. Africans have a history of selling out their own, especially when money is involved. Look, family, the first person in colonial America to legally own a Black man for life, it wasn't a European. His name was Anthony Johnson. His name was actually Antonio, but he changed his name to Anthony Johnson. He was a Black African immigrant from Angola. Think about that. Lifetime slavery, the concept of owning another person because of their race, owning them forever and their children, was not a European concept. It was an African from Angola who fought for that right. It was imported here by men who already understood the business of bondage. Shout out to Curly Locks. So before anyone tells foundational Black Americans to come home, remember this. Home is where you're respected and protected and valued, not where you're seen as a mark. We don't hate Africa. We don't hate Africans. But see, we're done ignoring history and your sins against our people for the sake of unity. Because see, the truth is, brothers and sisters, even at the turn of the 20th century, our great scholars understood the role that African kings and queens and nations played in the slave trade, and they knew it was heavy, but for the whole point of trying to establish Black unity and trying to help us begin to love ourselves as Black people, it was more important for us to embrace Africa and embrace our Blackness, because at that time we hated ourselves. Our women hated their hair, our men were wearing conchs, and they recognized at that time if they lay that on us, if they lay the fact that these Africans are the reason that you're here in the first place, then we would have rejected all of that. So our ancestors purposely, our scholars purposely withheld this information. So we went with the Black pride, Black is beautiful, Pan-Africanism, but that ship has sailed. Because see, unity without trust is death, guaranteed. And we refuse to die twice. Now that I've cleared the air, you know where we're going. where we stand as foundational Black Americans, and if you all are with me, so everybody, you don't speak for every Black person. I don't, but I bet I speak for the ones in this chat room. How many of you all want to hear the rest of this? If you want to hear the rest of this, let the church say amen. You did? Yeah, baby. Shout out to Lisa H. Gardner. See, it's time to deal with a reality that too many are still afraid to confront. Africa is not a safe haven for us. This whole return home is a fantasy. It's been sold like tourism packages. Is all these polished brochures and smiling faces and kente cloth and hashtags, all about this healing. But beneath the marketing is a machine built to extract money, not to extend brotherhood or sisterhood. What we're witnessing now through reports of scams and deceitful business practices and double dealing, it's not a new phenomenon. It's a modern version of an ancient trade. we're what we're calling a scamming culture today is a descendant of the sellout culture that birthed the slave trade. The names and the currencies have changed, but the moral code remains the same, a willingness to profit from betrayal. For 400 plus years, or 400 years ago, our ancestors, and I'm talking about foundational Black Americans that ended up over here in the Western Hemisphere, was sold by men and women who look like them. And today you have naive Black Americans who are sold a dream, fake land deeds, overpriced ancestral tours, false promises of dual citizenship, and empty diaspora investments, schemes that end the same way, with us losing and someone else counting our money. That's not Pan-African unity, that's a hustle. Matter of fact, it's a hustle with a drum beat. Now, I'm not saying all Africans are scammers. I know some Africans I'm cool with. Beautiful people, hardworking. Just like I'm not saying all Europeans were slave traders. What I'm talking about is the culture. That same culture that they say is superior to Black culture, the culture they say we don't have, that same culture of looking the other way while exploitation happens is deeply embedded in what they in Africans. The lack of shame and deceit, the normalization of bribery, the smiling fraud, the every man for himself mindset. These aren't exceptions, they're patterns. Again, I'm gonna go back to the good brother O'Shea Duke Jackson. The brother is telling you all on the internet right now. The brother genuinely loves Africa. The brother's built a life over there in businesses. He's got a channel called King Ganda, African, Pan-African dating show. The brother's warning you about the corruption and the grifts and the manipulation of everyday realities. And when you got a brother like that, a pro-Black Pan-African who tells you that they will scam you if you let them, you should listen. Now, before any of you all start crying division, let's set the record straight. Telling the truth is not divisive. Lying about danger is. And Black Americans are not obligated to walk into the same traps that capture our ancestors just to prove we're conscious. Consciousness without caution is just delusion. So a lot of us grew up believing Africa was one family. Africa was just a single mother waiting with arms open to reclaim her lost children. Remember y'all used to have them African medallions on back in the 90s, the red, the black, and the green? Out here, you from Detroit, out here wearing your dashiki. You from Compton with a kente cloth. See, that illusion, family, it was part of our healing journey. It gave us hope to people searching for identity after centuries of displacement. But hope is not a substitute for history. And see, when we finally started studying not just our history, but our culture, we realized something crucial. Our values in our culture as foundational Black Americans is not the same. Black Americans, whether you call us Black Americans, African Americans, Indigenous Americans, we've developed a distinct moral, social, and spiritual culture that's centered around accountability and order and survival in the face of oppression. Africans, by contrast, have operated in systems where hierarchy and patronage that's what determines justice. And the difference is not color, it's conduct. And that's why we can no longer afford to be naive. We must treat Africa in the same way that we treat every other foreign entity, with due diligence and emotional distance. Love and love the land, if you wish. Love the people. But respect the reality. Because the same hands that once sold us for muskets and rum. Now they hold out passports and business deals with the same grin. You want this? It's the same intentions. History doesn't repeat itself word for word, but it rhymes. And the melody we're hearing now sounds hauntingly familiar. So yes, we will keep talking about reparations, but not just from the United States government. The debt is global. African nations that sold our ancestors into bondage owe us moral and historical accountability. They may not like to hear that. Many of you African immigrants and many of you Caribbean immigrants, you want this unity because it serves you. It doesn't do anything for us. Of course you want to be unified with Black folks in America. We got all the money. Of course you want to be over here. You want to be able to ease on in and hide yourself amongst us. I know you don't want to hear. But what we understand and what we're not going to run away from is the Domi, the Homie, the Ashanti, and the Oyo, and those other coastal kingdoms built empires off the flesh of our people. They profited, they negotiated, and they kept the trade going long after they understood its consequences. The English literally had to come threaten those African nations, those kings, with war to get them to stop the slave trade. The English. After 1808, slavery was abolished. International slavery was abolished. The English had to come shut it down, but the Africans said, no, we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep making this money. Now, years ago, I publicly told you this very unpopular idea. I told you that Africans need to pay foundational Black Americans reparations. And you people, somebody type you people called me divisive. That's what you did. The cold, hard truth was too much for you at that time. And now y'all like, now we understand. You even have African scholars now admitting what was once taboo. And that is that our ancestors weren't just taken, they were traded. And this is what you need to understand. We always talk about these coastal African tribes, but Africans, according to the book, Daughters of the Trade, oftentimes they were traded up to 12 times from the interior. In other words, people would go deep into the interior of Africa, steal people, take people, snatch people, trade them this time. They would just be traded dozens of times before they got to the shore. So this wasn't just the emperors and the prince, the nations. This was all the Africans were involved. That's like us looking back 300 years and trying to blame white folk for selling dope to Black folk. And we got songs dedicated to dope boys and dope girls and strawberries. We participated in it. But as to the slave trade, until we confront the fact openly, there can be no authentic unity. There can only be selective memory and continued exploitation. You have to understand that Black Americans were born from betrayal. There would not be an African American community here in the United States but for betrayal of our own so-called people. But see, the thing is, God is good. And so because of that, we did not stay broken. We did not stay a people without a language or a people without a culture. We forged a culture from ashes. We turned pain into purpose, and we built a civilization that the world copies daily, from our fashion to our music to our movement. We're not the children of victims. We're the children of survivors. We're the children of victors. And because of that, we will not walk blindly into anyone else's arms again. We don't need them. They need us. So to my Black American brothers and sisters still clinging to that romantic vision of going back home, understand this. Home is not where your ancestors came from, family. Home is where your people are protected. And until Africa proves that it values Black American lives more than our wallets, it's just another place with familiar faces and foreign intentions. The lesson is simple, but it's unforgiving. We can't afford to trust symbols over systems or skin over standards. The same discernment that kept us alive in America is going to need to guide us abroad, because while we might share DNA, we don't share destiny with these people, at least not yet. And to make matters plain, let me remind you, the first person to legally own another Black person in the United States wasn't a white man. It was a Black African immigrant from Angola. It's uncomfortable, but it's documented and it's real. You see, I bring this up not to shame Africans, but we're going to do a complete story. Because we can't tell the truth about where the wound began, then how can we fully heal from it? We're not just the descendants of slaves. We're descendants of the strongest of the strong. Because see, if you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't have made it on the ship ride over. Whether we talking about physically or psychologically. The ones who couldn't handle it psychologically, they jumped over the boat. They were eaten by the sharks and the stingrays. The ones who couldn't physically make it, they died in the hulls of the ships. So we as foundational Black Americans, we are the strongest Africans on this planet. And I challenge anybody on that. Just look at our athleticism, physically, and we deal with everything, and we still ticking. See, we're the children of those who survived both capture and captivity for centuries, and then built a nation the whole world watches and imitates. And let's not pretend the betrayal stopped in 1600. The same cultural DNA that allowed our ancestors to be sold for a handful of goods or a bag of gold, it still lives in parts of Africa. And that scamming culture, in the exploitation of their own people and the willingness to sell out Black Americans for access to Western wealth and influence. You see them doing it. We can learn history, we can respect the culture, but let's not confuse that with blind loyalty. Culture without character means nothing. And when a culture normalizes betrayal for profit, when it turns selling out your own people as a survival tactic, then we have to look at it with clear eyes and not rose-colored glasses. So yes, we're going to talk about Africa. We're going to talk about Africans. We're going to talk about reparations. And we're going to ask some tough questions. Are Black Americans, or should I say, I'm going to make the statement that Black Americans are not safe in Africa. And I'm going to ask the questions whether or not we are safe with Africans in America, considering their tribalistic culture. Now, before I go any further, I have some video footage I'd like to share with you all, because that's what I like to do. And I will do my very best not to talk over the videos, because I know you all complain about that. Clearly, I'm not somebody you want to go see a new movie with, clearly. Okay, I understand that. Okay, but for the purposes of what we're doing now, it's important that we take a look It's some of what other people are saying. Y'all hit the number one button if you can hear me clearly. First off, and again, what we do here is if you learn something, I should earn something. And I truly believe this is probably going to be one of the most epic, controversial broadcasts that I do, only because it points out some truths that are inconvenient. And you're going to have a lot of people shifting blame. They didn't know what he was doing. You know how they do. But again, I'm the same one that told y'all years ago that at some point you're going to be stepping over the bodies. 5 years ago, I'm the same one that told you all many years ago that at some point they will be targeting Black women for incarceration because they make better prisons. Women in general make better prisons. I'm the same one that told you all that. I'm the same one that told you and did the research. Shout out to Urban Eagle. I told you all that Africans owe Black Americans reparations. Remember that? And see, a lot of people say that, but not a lot of people did the actual research. Now, my goodness, it's a lot going on. But let's go ahead and commence with the video footage. I want you all to make sure you let me know you can hear what's being said clearly. Now, the first thing I want you to understand, since we're talking about slavery, I'm not going to let this whole thing play. But actually, you know what? Listen to this first. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
Well,
I want you to listen to this. So you got a lot of Africans. I said this earlier. A lot of Africans who want to go back to Africa, right? A lot of Black Americans saying they want to go back to Africa. This is a video, the Pan-African channel. I believe that's what the brother calls himself. I forget his name, but he has a lot of people on his show. I'm gonna let this beat play. All right, you all check this out. Hit the number one button if you can hear it clearly.
today we're diving into a movement that's gaining momentum across the Caribbean and the diaspora. Blaxit. That's what it's called.
Blaxit.
No, when we talk about Blaxit, we're talking about the Black exit. People of African descent choosing to leave certain places for new opportunities, or rather, to return home. But
they want to return home. They're not talking about Mississippi. They're talking about Ghana or something like that. Shout out to Orange DNA.
It's taking on its own meaning. Let's get into it. For many decades, Caribbean people have been migrating to the US, to the UK and Canada, seeking jobs, education, and opportunities that were limited back home. Migration has shaped our families, our economies, and even our culture. Remittances from abroad remain one of the biggest contributors to the Caribbean's economies. But the cost is often separation. Children raised without parents, families divided by oceans, and communities drained of their most talented and brightest minds. Today we're seeing a shift actually. Some Caribbean people who migrated decades ago, they are returning. Retirees are moving back, professionals are investing, and the younger generation is questioning whether life in foreign lands really offers them the dignity and security they expect. High cost of living, racism, and anti-immigrant sentiment abroad have pushed many to consider the Caribbean not just as home in theory, but as home in practice. This is the reverse migration.
Data estimates indication Black person worldwide. I think if you are going on vacation to Tulum and Cabo, that's great. But if you have an opportunity, a chance, a moment to visit Africa, Ghana, Lagos, Tanzania.
I don't mind visiting, okay? Go visit. If you want to visit Africa, you go right on ahead and visit, okay? If that's your choice. Okay, but let's
Ethiopia, then you should take that chance. There's nothing.
But it's the difference between visiting somewhere and staying there. That's the other thing.
Like being surrounded by Black people, understanding your culture.
I could be surrounded by Black people in Mississippi. You understand me? If I just want to go be surrounded by Black people I could go to the Bayou Classic on Thanksgiving Day weekend in New Orleans, Louisiana, if I just want to be surrounded by Black people.
Feeling welcome, feeling safe. It's nothing like what America
Safe.
will teach you that it is. It's nothing like what we learned about is. It's better, it's bigger, it's beautiful. The people are kind.
You there visiting, baby. You there visiting with some people. Of course they're gonna be kind. How much? Hello, why would you like to go on the tour? We have a special heritage tour for you. You can see where your ancestors were taken from Akata. I mean, the Black Americans were taken. We can take. We will show you now. Come, yeah, they're gonna be nice to you because they want that money, baby. They want your money. Okay.
So I encourage you to go
and maybe your shoes. Okay. But
understand your roots, find your people, and love them the way that they would love you. Wow.
My people are from Louisiana and Mississippi. Okay, that's where my people are from. I got some people in Chicago. Okay, I'm just letting you know, baby girl. Okay, don't be trying to confuse me with all them folk. But anyway, see, here's the thing. What they're not telling you is this. Okay, I want you to listen to this. Fair use.
Nigerian, Kenyan, Zimbabwe, and the professor one time called one of them black, and they almost lost their shit. They're like, "I'm not black."
Really?
100%.
So again, you over there visiting with folk, and you calling them brother and brother this and brother that, and basically the common consensus is they don't see you as brothers and sisters. Okay, and maybe the ones that you run across, convenient for convenience, say, yeah, that's my brother or whatever. But the truth is, they don't really see you as brothers and sisters. Listen to what this person is saying.
They treated it like if it was a dirty word, like them being called black was a dirty word. I'm not black. I'm from Nigeria. I'm not black. Like offended, and I was sat there and I'm like, what the fuck, like that?
What the fuck is going
She's
on?
fucking crashing out over this, and then it dawned on me: Africans, even they are racist against black people in America.
Just like how there's colorism in Mexico.
Isn't
I
that
just
fucking
posted.
crazy?
So contrast that with what you just heard that little lady say when she was out and about. Okay. So again, both of these things can be true at the same time. All right. They can be racist and bigoted, but they can be nice to her at that time. You see what I'm saying? So, I'm not going to, try to, I'm not going to ignore any of that. Okay. But let's keep looking at this video footage. This is what's up now. The good brother O'Shea Duke Jackson, shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. He came on his broadcast and he had some things to say about his experience in Africa. And we're going to let the brother play. Fair use. I want y'all to hear. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. He's a brilliant YouTuber, brilliant. His broadcasts have become tremendously enhanced tremendously over the past 3 or 4 years, notably very conscious. But let's look at what he has to say.
This is a narrative. So let's get back to the Dr. Arikana thing. You literally will get scammed here in Africa. You will lose your money in Africa. And don't nobody care about your experience.
Now, this brother, for you all who don't know who O'Shea Duke Jackson is, he's been living in Uganda and several other African countries for years. He's been there dozens of times. So he would know. And he is a brother from the United States. Keep listening.
At the same time, why they marketing to you? All you're going to get is sorry about that. All they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you nothing else. I'm sorry. Jeremiah Kasimba, go sit on it. Okay? All they're going to tell you is, I'm sorry. Nothing else. You risk your stuff. Ain't no protections for your
hear what the brother's telling you?
Ass over here. For the most part. They want you to take the risk. Come over here. Come do this. Now, to be fair, I'm going to say this. Uganda never really says that. So, but most countries are even inviting y'all over there. Now,
listen to what the brother's telling you. I mean, I'm just listening to what the brother, this is him telling us the truth, and you'd be foolish not to listen to when somebody's speaking the truth to you.
Now they trying to even take you over to Burkina Faso, where your ass don't have no level of a chance to really do nothing over there. Even if you were to get residency, who that cares about you takes you to Burkina Faso? Tell me one person. It's almost like this. Listen, I'm gonna take you to a dangerous place that just had a military coup, and I'm gonna get you residency there.
Good point.
Okay? Now, I could take you to my home country, which is Zimbabwe, and that would be better. But let me take you to a place that you have francophone issues, you speak French, it's dangerous. The country, the president has 18 assassination attempts.
Wow.
Tell me what kind of person even positions that to you and love you and care about you. What kind of person that care about you even tell you some shit like that?
I mean, you heard what the brother said, okay? And so he had another video he put up. I want to let that play too. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, the brother. Y'all make sure y'all go check his channel out. You know, but again, this is somebody who loves and appreciates and respects Africa.
Here to this country for 6 years. I've been here 20 plus different times. And of course, I'm thankful for the friends that I do have and the people that assist me. But yes, when you come here, you are giving parity to people from here, but they're not going to give it back. And for us, that's disheartening. And people are great here. Don't
listen what he's saying. You give parity to people, but they're not going to give it back. Fair use.
get me wrong, but there's a difference between somebody being nice to you and overcharging me with that same niceness for 400% of what the product is. That's not nice, right? And like, oh, the people in Africa, nice people, they can be true, but is their intent behind being nice? That's the problem that we have. And you have the ability to try to want to love the brothers and sisters here, but again, you are looked at in many cases as a dollar sign, and that is why you're here. No matter what your intentions are, their intentions could be different towards you.
Okay. So, you know, what he's basically telling us, family, is all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Just because they nice to you don't mean they won't try to run your pockets. Okay. Now, something else that I often find interesting is that, you know, when we start talking about Africa, and you know, they got all these horrible things to say about us, man. You know, they always talk about our culture. They say we're descended from slaves and whatnot. And this fella right here, and I'm sure many of you have heard him before. Listen to this.
They have no culture. African Americans in this country are the only groups. They have no culture. It depends on who you meet, where you meet them.
Okay, and what I want you to understand is, and I'm gonna turn the music down for this. They want us to accept the fact that we have no culture, so they can then supplant their culture for our culture. That same culture that has that sold us out and has them selling themselves out, they just now getting the French and some of these other European out of their countries. These same folk, they want us to take their culture. You see what I'm saying? Because that would make it easier for them to you know, take over. You see, our spot, replace us, if you will.
But currently, there's not an African American culture.
No.
Yes, there is.
What is it? Name two value systems in the African American culture.
Two value systems. Number one, not selling each other out. We get chastised heavily for that. Number two is we put our values, our brotherhood over our tribe. You see what I'm saying? Because and it's something that grew up because we can't afford to have tribes out here, because out here your color is your tribe. So we'll talk about that a little more.
Value system?
Yes. Name two taboos in the African American culture system. Name two traditions, by the way, in the African American culture system. There is no
extended family. Even if you got play cousins who you're not related to, uncles who you're not related to, you know, these people just have no idea who we are. And you got this fool up here this individual who comes off as though he knows anything, but truly doesn't.
No value for freedom if you don't understand what it is. The concept of free. You have to have a foundation on which it would balance when you ask for it. Civil right, they give it to you. You have no culture. Nancy, you've been here, born here. Why would you be surprised if I say African Americans don't have a culture? What, twerking? So anything
disrespectful that is. Shout out to Lance Jack. Reduce our culture down to twerking. Let's keep
I feel
going.
like African American culture has definitely
you say
mainstream.
No, you say the word, the African American culture. What is it? Okay,
like
fine.
like hip hop.
Oh,
not hip hop. I mean, I don't want to.
There you
Look,
yes, I feel like
you haven't thought about it. It's fine. Don't make things up.
I'm not making it up.
Okay,
I feel like
then educate me. You feel, you should know. You were born and raised here.
Yes, but I have a.
Are you African American?
I'm Haitian American.
That's correct. Do you see why you were being specific with that? Because
see, what I need you to understand is the Caribbeans and the Africans, they share some commonalities. They do a lot of selling out amongst themselves. So she's not even, so he's asking a culturally Haitian woman whose family's from Haiti about Black American culture. They don't run up on people who actually do these studies. This is like running up on a college student, like Charlie Kirk talking to college students instead of the professors who are right up the walkway. Okay, keep going.
Anybody who encounters you already knows you before. If they know you are Haitian, at least two things comes to their mind.
What is that?
If they've been to Haiti, they can look at work ethics and they say, yes, Haitians, I know them. Service industry, they know where they do well. Food, they can say yes. And even language, Creole.
Right.
And they can say, oh, I love
They have a language and we don't.
Because they saw the culture in abstract before they encountered you. So people go over the bridge of your culture, your tradition, your customs, and that helps them to know how to
address them.
Exactly. I'm saying to you, any people who ask for these things, which are abstract, freedom, for example, independence, for example, and civil rights.
I hope y'all listening to this. I hope you're hearing everything.
For example, voting right, for example, you must have a foundation on which these things are going to balance. Because the people there have to uniformly agree with consensus. This is our way of life. The do's and the don'ts involved in our culture. Even if you have to create an artificial culture.
Is that why the civil rights movement is considered dead?
It's dead and useless. They got it, but they could not balance it on any foundation.
Oh,
groups,
that's
they
what
have no.
We couldn't balance. So, I find that interesting, and maybe it's us. Maybe we just don't know anything about, African culture. But, I find when I look on the internet, there are people who do know a lot about African culture, and they have a lot of things to say about Africans and African culture. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to allow the people who apparently know about African culture, we're going to let them describe to us.
These African Americans, their average IQ is about 85. They'll shoot you for no reason. They'll mug you. They'll take your phone. But you are not ready for real Africans. Because real Africans, on average, have an IQ of 65.
Wow.
Different animal altogether. No pun intended. Totally. This is a different kind of person.
All you Africans out there who are sick kissing up on these white folks and all of this is what they think about you.
And we're talking about.
Why are you talking about?
You think it's bad when they're running after you? They're going to kick the shit out of you, steal your iPhone, your AirPods. Yeah. These people are going to chase you down because they think you have gold nuggets inside your head. Yeah. And they're going to crack your skull open with crude stone.
This Africans. This is what this white man that you love so much thinks about you. Okay, this is what they really. These people you want to run up. These so nice white people. This is what they think about.
Own tools to get it. That's a different ball game. They're going to be throwing spears at your neck, at your throat, bow and arrow, and they're cannibals. They will eat your.
This is what. You all got the nerve. This is what they think about your culture. Okay, let's keep going. These people you love.
Organs, they will literally gut you like a fish and eat your internal organs. You thought it was bad holding a gun sideways to your head? Hey, give me your money, bitch. This is advanced darkness. This is Heart of Darkness. This is the jungle drum. This is the fertility goddess of chaos. They're literally going to eat your balls. They're going to cut your fucking nuts off and eat them.
What they think about you all. While you all family friendly, by the way, I apologize, YouTube. I didn't know the man was going to use all that profanity. But let's continue since you all have so much.
Can't run things. This is a very.
Now this is the Honorable Richard Nixon, former president of the United States. This is a candid conversation between him and what would be the future president of the United States, Ronald Reagan. This is what they think about you, dear Africa. While you all are talking bad about us, this is what they think about you. Okay, this is their objective view. Yeah, we might not like our local N-words, but these African N-words are something else. They damn near cannibals, spirit chuck. This is what they think about. Keep listening while you kissing up.
The Africans just can't run things. Now, this is a very, very fundamental point in the international scene. I love them. They're so kind and so nice. And they're children.
Yeah.
Children.
Yeah.
Huh? You know?
And they always want something like children.
Oh, God, yes, they want. Well, what can you do?
You're begging. That's what they say about you all. You're out here begging. You're begging the white man. That's what they think about you. You're just a bunch of children who like to beg. That's what old Tricky Dick Nixon thought about you. This is the white man that you love so much that brought you Jesus and the Bible.
I know, but what I meant is it's so childlike, the childlike faith and the this and that. And of course, a lot of them are crooks, but we have crooks.
A lot of them are crooks.
Are many.
Even he recognized the scammy culture. Okay, even he recognizes the scammy culture of that. This is way back in the 1960s.
Other areas, as you well pointed out, where they can beat the hell out of us. Now, and they should be proud of those. Athletics isn't a bad achievement.
Be happy you can run fast. That's what he's saying, okay?
And you look at the World Series, for God's sakes, and what would either of these teams done without, what would Pittsburgh be without hell of a lot of blacks, huh?
I'm just talking generally about all black people. Let's keep listening.
And music, the dance. Now, and these things, are they to be there for just pissed upon? Hell no, they're important.
Keep it going. This is what y'all asked for. We're gonna give it to you, right? So what else? What else did they say about you all? Who else got something? You know, I found this to be very interesting, and I'm gonna go ahead and play this. Are y'all with me? Let me know if you're with me. Okay. All right. Let me know that you're still here. This is what they think about you all when you come to their countries. Let's look at that. The face of scamming.
Your country and tell you what to do. Fuck that. And I'm a foreigner and I'm just visiting. You could so easily remove this problem in the snap of a finger. And by problem,
they see you all as a problem. Look at this, dude.
I mean these dudes. Send it back home.
These are Africans. These are not black Americans. These are Africans over in Europe, and they are seen as a problem. You all are a problem everywhere you go. Are you talking about us and our culture, the culture you say we don't have? We are invited. They like when we come to their country. We come as GIs and military people and investments and singers and whatnot. They like us. Okay, now they don't necessarily mean they want to stay us to stay, but they like us better than they like you all. You know what I mean? Since you got so much to say about black folks, black people in America, our culture is this and our culture is that. And matter of fact, let me go ahead and help you all understand. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Okay. Let's go ahead and just, since you all have so much to say, you're so verbal. You know what I'm saying? You're so verbal. Listen to what your own people have to say. This is the same.
The founding fathers of this country were of the same uniform background.
I want you to understand something. He's going to basically tell you, you all are too incompetent to even run this country. Listen to what he said.
White Anglo-Saxon Protestants, they have a culture, a religion, a language, a history, and they want to protect it. This is the home of their children. This is what they built for their children. And you came in as a guest. The guest will never take over a house Never happened. Number two, I really would support the white man, okay, for the dispossession of white, as he's saying, because you see, he's trying to protect you and I.
Look at this black dude basically saying, I support the white man dispossessing black people of their stuff. Listen to this man.
Because
this is scammy culture. This is just scammy Africa.
This country falls into the hands, the majority of the wrong people.
Wait.
Whatever attracts us to come here will be gone, and we will never be able to come here anymore.
So you're saying that immigrants wouldn't
The little Haitian girl is
be
back.
able to sustain America or sustain civilization? Is that what you're saying? That we don't have the capacity to do
Well,
that?
I'm not saying it, I'm only describing it. Have you taken a look at
What are you
Haiti
saying?
recently?
Yeah,
Would you,
what are
even
you
as
saying?
an immigrant here, want Haiti to become the majority in this country?
I mean, Haiti,
Have you taken a look at some of
Haiti
the
has
African
its-
countries, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and all these countries that are flocking to come to this country? If they could maintain where they are to look like this place, then they wouldn't be flocking here, right? So the point the gentleman is making actually is in my interest, in the interest of people from outside who should still have an America they can come to.
You know what I'm saying? Listen to that. Okay. All right. So you know, this is we getting down to the nitty-gritty. Here's another one. Let's check this one out. This is the Arabs determining the price of an African slave. I want you all to understand something. The Arab slave trade is still going on right now. The Arab slave trade is still going on. On top of that, it pre-existed the Western slave, the what we call the transatlantic slave trade, by 1,600 years. That's 1,600 years. Okay, before we even start, before they even started dealing with selling the Europeans, they were selling the Arabs and sending them east. Keep listening. As we talking about who cultures, and we talking about cultures, right? Let's keep talking about these cultures. Here's another one for you, since we talking about cultures and whose culture is what. Listen to this. Shout out to Blue Bagger.
The Arab slave trade never ended. The Arab slave trade is going on right now, and I would personally fault many African American Sunni Orthodox Muslim leaders for hiding the Arab slave trade under the umbrella of their religion. One of the reasons I left the masjid, because I was raised Muslim, Sunni Orthodox Islam. One of the reasons I had to abdicate from the masjid is there was too much cultural imitation going on. I'm not.
Hear that? Fair use.
Not an Arab. And black people didn't leave the white man's Christianity to go to the Arabs' Islam. Now, Muhammad ibn Abdullah was a blue, black, purple man.
None of them people like y'all, and y'all running up behind them.
And just like Jesus, son of Joseph and Mary, you understand? So we don't have to imitate.
They always talk about their religions of this and their religions of that. These people these Arab people who are Muslims are still enslaving black people.
Arabs. But when you don't know who you are, you automatically pick up somebody else's culture. And every religion was incubated in a culture. So Islam was incubated in Arab culture. Although the Arabs of that day were black men who evolved into pale and yellow, still we sucked up the culture more than the religion. It is a hadith from the Prophet Muhammad who said, give them religion, don't take away their culture. Because he understood that my 23 years of being a prophet cannot compare to 200,000+ years of African culture.
Yeah.
Muhammad was only with you 23 years. Jesus was with you 3. So I'm going to throw out hundreds of thousands of years of African culture for 3 years of Jesus and 23 years of Muhammad. I got to be insane. And my problem with the Muslim brothers and sisters who I love, I'll still go to the masjid and pray. I love them. But I cannot tolerate the Arab cultural imitation. There's no such thing as Muslim food. Show me Muslim food in the Quran. The Quran does not mention anything about no Muslim food. That's Arab food. And you're taking Arab culture and you're putting it in your religion and you're making it divine. And that's why I agree with Dr. Yusuf bin Yakin, Garveyite scholar, ancestor now, grandmaster teacher, when he said, religion is the deification of culture.
Listen.
Scammer in Barcelona, Spain.
Calm down, back up. Hey, watch out, watch out.
It all started when I flew here to.
I mean, everywhere Africans go, you know, you all cause problems. I mean, I'm just saying, look, you here's the thing. we wouldn't be on you all. We were all brotherly in the 1960s and 70s and 80s, but see, you all decided to pick a fight with Black Americans, and you got the right one. You all decided to come over here and try to make our lives harder by disrespecting us in our own skin. Instead of coming over here and respecting us and having our back, you wanted to call us lazy and tell us we work harder. We need to work harder and this, that, and the other. And now, since you started this fight, we're fighting now. And this is not a battle that you're going to win. Let me just tell you now, you are looking at a group of people who fought against white supremacy racism and won, or at least we fought it to a draw. We got everything we wanted. And when we were done with it, guess what? It was you all's turn to step up and hold. I'm talking to all you immigrants. It was your job to step up and hold the line, and they wiped you all out in less than 4 years with Supreme Court cases. Now they rounding you up, straight violating the Constitution of the United States. And the best you all can do is a No Kings rally, which nobody gave a damn about. This is the best you can do. You all are complaining. It's been, what month is it? It's October. It's been 11 months. It's been 9 months. And y'all already tired. We fought this battle for over 400 years. Y'all not built for this. Y'all gonna lose this battle.
Expose scammers like these who harass peaceful tourists just trying to eat their food.
Oi, mate, are you giving away free stuff? I saw you give a guy a belt. For free? Ah, you sell them.
That's all you do. You're scamming. This is your reputation. Since you want to talk about our reputation, and again, I'm giving to you all this in love. Since you want to talk about Black Americans' reputation, this is your reputation. This is your reputation, not just with Black, around the world. This is your reputation. Since you got something to say to us.
Give me something for my family.
These are for free?
No, you do the camera, video. Listen.
I thought it was for free. What is he doing? Is he offering it to you for free?
No camera.
Well, why do you harass people while they eat? Just go, move. Come on now.
He's shooing you away like a horsefly. You see?
How you doing, man?
I'm from Kenya.
Oh, Kenya.
Welcome, Barcelona.
Okay, thank you.
What's your name?
Tyler.
Oh, good luck for you.
Thank you, my friend. It's so nice of you.
Something brief for my family, Africa. A long time you know that.
How do you afford these?
Money, some money.
I gotta give you money.
Yeah.
They didn't get this scamming culture from colonialism. This is their culture. This is the same culture that they bringing over here to the United States. I know you all don't like what I'm saying. I don't care. They picked the fight with us. They're making our lives hard by coming over here disrespecting us, and same as the racist Latino immigrants, same as the racist Indian immigrants. You supposed to be our Black brothers and sisters. You have the nerve to fix your lips to come over here and talk bad about foundational Black Americans while you live and exist under the umbrella of protection and blackness that we provide? Oh no, respect is paramount. You're gonna learn today.
Your scammer got scammed. Try some shit, I dare you.
Little does he know, I hired a bodyguard in case things got violent.
Hey, watch out. Back up. Hey.
Actually, I hired 2 bodyguards.
Hey, back down. Hey, get the fuck away. Hey, buddy. Stay down. We're good. Let's call it a day.
Look down. You too scared to fight. You too light to fight, sir. You too skinny. You can't fight that big old white boy.
Leave him the fuck alone. Spray your ass. Move the fuck away right now.
Why they not wearing dashikis? They need to be. Don't be wearing our clothes. Don't be wearing basketball jerseys from the Charlotte Hornets. You're not from Charlotte. Don't put your dashiki on. Don't try to represent us, homeboy. Yo. Nah, get on up out of here.
Now, get out of here. We're taking a stand. No more scammers.
No, that's what they think about you all. As you fix your dry, ashy lips to speak ill about Black Americans, this is what they think about you all. And you got the nerve to sit yourself up there and talk bad about foundational Black Americans. You should be consider yourself blessed to even be our same pigment and skin tone. Look at this. Look at them. Look at that. Look at that. He's whipping him. Kind of like a wild dude. This is in the airport in Africa, in Tunisia, where the Arabs are just whooping them. This is how you get treated in your own country. This is how you. I want y'all to look at this, okay? They are hitting them with bullet clubs. They're getting woo-wopped. you getting woo-wopped in Africa, and you got the nerve to talk bad about her. Who do you think you are? Who on God's green earth do you think you are to come over here and talk bad about us? Just choke slamming people. You just out here getting choke slammed. Shoes off, he done lost his shoe. Yeah. Ain't fight. Just look at over there, hold with your foot up. Look at the dude with his foot up. You guys got the nerve to talk bad about us. How dare you? How dare you? See what I'm saying? See, the internet is undefeated. All these little horrible things you all are saying about us, and it just gets exposed. You know what I'm saying? It all comes out. And it's a sad situation. Y'all just out here just being terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Look at this one.
Something that Muslims should be ashamed of. Slavery in Islam is true.
Now, this is a Muslim religious leader or imam, whatever, justifying putting black Africans in slavery. They said, you should not be ashamed of these. They deserve, look to it. We bringing them to the light. Look how they live. Look at that, listen to them.
Is not something that Muslims should be ashamed of. Slavery in Islam is true. Prisoners of wars, none of that. Muslims, disbelievers, we enslave them. Oh, this is against human rights. This is human rights.
It's your human right to be enslaved by these. That's what they think about you. You folk. While you sit up here and fix your lip to talk bad about black, they still got y'all in slavery over there.
How? He is a slave. He's like an animal.
You coming over here trying to tell us how we should conduct ourselves in the United States of America, and y'all don't even have a united Africa. So much so that they are still enslaving Africans there.
Being sold and bought and not having rights. Yes, but this is for his sake. I am amazed of.
They're gonna put you. This is what the Arabs are saying right now. Okay, this is what they saying about you all right now.
People being dragged to paradise in chains.
They're gonna drag you to paradise in chains, as you water their camels and milk and herd their goats. That's what the Arabs think about you all.
Be dragged in paradise in chains. Everybody goes to paradise willingly. The Prophet is giving us a metaphor, because these prisoners of war, they were enslaved, so they were in chains, and these.
This is a recent speech. I want you to understand that.
Chains made them accept Islam and hence enter paradise as if they were dragged into it.
This is the man who freed Palestine. Yeah. My man.
Just in case, now I said something earlier. I said slavery is still going on right now in Africa. They're still taking Africans and trying to ship them off to other countries right now. Okay, right now. And here's some video footage. I want you to see it. Hit the #1 button. Fair use.
I've seen that video going around of that woman who was abducted while on vacation in Tunisia.
Tunisia's in Africa. Now I wanted the backstory. This is a black one. It's too long. I'm not gonna let the whole thing play. But this black woman was vacationing in Tunisia. And for you all who don't know what Tunisia is, on the north coast of Africa. And they saw her this is a black American woman. I believe she's from the West Coast. Okay. They tried to kidnap her and put her into whatever. We don't listen to what the sister is saying. When y'all taking y'all black behind over to Africa, talking about you gonna relocate.
I cannot believe this shit. Like, they really tried to kidnap me in Africa. And if that shit happened to me, I know it happens to other people. And I just was blessed enough to get the fuck away. But all right, so when I came out here Friday. Friday night was cool. Saturday night we went out. I'm not a party person, so like an hour into the club, I'm like, you know, I always do this, nothing new. I'm like, all right, I'm going to the hotel. It's hella taxis outside. It's a lot of people out there. So the taxi brings me back to the hotel. I come upstairs. Well, no, I go to the front desk because I needed a key. My key, I don't know what my key was, but I went to the front desk to get a key. So they gave me a key. I come upstairs. Then I'm like, dang, it ain't no tissue. I go back downstairs.
Somebody say they're gonna kidnap me. I'm 315 pounds, sir, and strong as a bull. Okay, I ain't nobody gonna kidnap me. I'm gonna fight, and it's gonna happen. Whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen right there. You understand? I want you to keep that in mind. 315, 6'4". I am the size of a a NFL lineman. Okay, I will not be kidnapped. I'm too big to fit in them little ass cars anyway, just so you know. And they don't want my organs. Okay, I got a little too much too much of that brown from back in the day. But anyway, let's keep it.
I go to the front desk. God, that is the last thing I remember, being at the front desk. The next thing I remember is waking up in the back of a fucking car. I start freaking the fuck out. Like, I'm trying to get out.
Saying they tried to steal her. Okay.
And once I get out, this guy, that shit is blurry. I thought the front desk, all that shit is blurry.
And she's gonna go on to say that not only was she kidnapped and she managed to escape, but when she went back to the hotel, she had left her purse and stuff in the hotel, and they tried to say she never came. She said, well, how did my purse get here? And miraculously, the video footage disappeared of the incident. Okay, it just disappeared. So y'all can take y'all black behinds back to Africa if you want to. I'm gonna stay right here in the good old US of A. You understand me? I'm gonna stay right here, but you're welcome to go back on, ease on back down there. You know, shame they you know, fool you once, shame on them. Fool you twice, shame on you. You understand what I'm saying? And they already done kidnapped you and brought you over here. Okay. And now you gonna go back? Go ahead and make that make sense. But you know, there's some black people, more black people have more to say about that. Listen to this brother right here.
And one, why Nigerian Americans were my least favorite people when I lived in America. But before I get started, a couple of things. I do want to say that this pertains to Nigerians who were born and raised in Nigeria. The ones who were born and raised in America, not so much, you know,
they've given the dose of this black American culture. That's why
their mindset is more westernized, but I'm talking specifically the ones who were born and raised in Nigeria. Like, they became adults in Nigeria before they moved to America. Actually, this is also applicable to a lot of Africans. And I also noticed that this is also very applicable to a lot of Caribbeans who were born and raised in the Caribbean islands and moved to America as adults, not necessarily the ones, you know, who were born and raised in the US. And I also do want to address the comment that some people are dropping on here that I'm always coming from for Nigerians. First of all, Chair, I don't give a shit. I've clocked out from this word completely. This is a world that unalived a perfect man. And that's not even the worst part of it. Y'all unalived a perfect man, and several thousand years later, still have the audacity to claim to be worshiped.
This dude right here. Okay, I want you to listen.
Taken the joy.
Now you got Africans complaining about black Americans delineating. Listen to how he describes it.
Being black in America.
FBA, what you say, sir?
Have taken the joy out of being black in America.
You can't hide no more.
There was a time where any black person who came to America from any part of the world was proud to be black, was proud to join the African Americans, was proud to join our brothers and sisters in solidarity against any form of racism and bigotry.
Yes, but y'all decided you all basically what you did, you got the goodies and you delineated. You said, oh, I'm Nigerian, I'm Ghanaian, I'm whatever. Your flags start coming out when you got your PhDs and stuff. Oh, he's not black, he's Nigerian or something like that. Or whatever, okay?
In America. But because of the FBA.
You mean because of the indigenous black people who've been here? You mean those of us who can trace our lineage back to slavery? Because that's all foundational. They just say we've been here since the foundation. That's it.
The joy of being in solidarity.
You can stand on your own now, sir. Break your flag out. I want you to whip your little flag out as, you know, when ICE is driving by and sing your country's national anthem. That's what I want you to do, sir. Very easy.
Our brothers and sisters in the fight for freedom and justice.
The fight you would not fighting. You would not fight.
Has basically dissipated.
It has.
It's a sad turn of events.
Because you all keep reaping the benefits of it and not putting in the work. That's what's going on. Okay, that's what happened. And now you suffering the consequences. Let's hear what the rest of the people have to say about this. Let's keep going.
History, like they don't even want to acknowledge these are their people. This is their homeland. Go look this bitch. This shit is 8 fucking days ago. Y'all are sitting here. Y'all bring y'all ass over here to America and try to literally get so much arrogance and.
I want you all to keep in mind that they are the ones that opened the floodgate for this. You all were complaining about, oh, y'all called us African booty scratchers, so now we're gonna call y'all cotton pickers and lazy and all these. So you open this, you open up the door. Okay, you're not going to win this battle. You're not. We do this all day. This is culture. This is that culture that you all say that we don't have. This is part of our culture. Capping, roasting, and boycotting, and clicking up. And we Black Americans are coming together just to whoop up on y'all and anybody else who got something to say.
And false confidence till you forget that this is what you come from. This is where your fellow people, your blood people are. That's not our history. That's not where we come from.
That is not our history. Okay.
You see, this is 8 days ago. This video was captured. Like, I don't know what the fuck. They think we other Africans or something. Like, we have money. The same way y'all was talking about Section 8 housing. Y'all fucking country is stealing y'all. Y'all politicians don't give a fuck about y'all. That's why y'all don't have Section 8 and y'all have to live like this. That's why these people are very fucking hungry. And your continent does not care about any of you.
That's their culture. See, that's that same culture that they say is superior, that scammy communal culture. Okay, that's it.
All the 54 countries in that bitch, they don't give a fuck, and y'all mad.
She was going off. Wasn't this system going off? Let's see. They didn't just leave it. They didn't just, And see, the question we have to ask ourselves is, what happens when these folk come over here with that culture? Okay, and what happens when they come over here? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. What happens when I'm not gonna lay that one play again. What happens when they come over here? Huh? What happens? You see, and here's the cold part about it. It's not just Black Americans. Look at what the Jamaican dude has to say. Jamaican dude.
That's the history. You sold us.
This is up in Canada. You heard what the brother said? You sold us. Listen.
That's the history. You sold us.
You sold us.
I am a Jamaican.
See, the Jamaican, here's the thing. Low-key, the Jamaicans have been talking about this for years. See, they don't have that false unity that we have here in the United States. Because, they had a certain level of cultural pride. So they were cool with expressing what was going on with the Africans and how they betrayed us many years ago, okay? Before we decided to pick this thing up. Let's keep listening.
Not the Africa. We were here with the Canadians. You guys fuck it up with witchcraft, voodoo, black magic.
Man said that the Africans have brought voodoo and witchcraft and all that. He said we were cool with the Canadians till you Africans showed up. So basically, this man is saying the Africans in Canada are like the Venezuelans are to the Latino community. Everything was cool till the Venezuelans came up. Y'all remember that? Everything was cool. It's the same thing with the LGBT community. Everything was cool until the T showed up. Once the T showed up, everybody like, oh no, y'all doing too much. See?
Believe in Jesus Christ, not dark ages. We are Jamaicans, not Africans. I'm not illegal. I have my status.
I'm not illegal.
I'm on the public sidewalk.
Yeah.
And what?
So, you know, I mean, again,
Peace, brother. Salam.
Freedom of speech. Stop your
you and the superior culture. This is superior culture, right? Okay. This is your superior culture. Let's keep listening.
Are coming and they're embracing your birthright, because America is your birthright, O'Shea.
Family friendly, fair use.
This is your inheritance. America is the richest nation in the world, the most powerful nation in the world, and it's your inheritance, paid for in blood by your ancestors. Yet, you want to throw it away, turn your back on it to go to Africa, where Africans want what you got. So they come and they take your inheritance. And they become the judges, they become the prosecutors, they become the police officers, they become the bankers, they become the preachers, they become the teachers. They really create an infrastructure in cities where they lord over Black Americans who've turned their backs on their own communities. And so the problem that I have with Black Americans who call themselves African is that it's so destructive to us, because let's just be real. Your boy Amin Ra was talking about how we need to leave the United States, and he used the words in mass. He said we need to leave in mass. Man, there's 40
they can replace us, but go ahead.
million Black Americans in this country.
Just leave. But here's the thing, man, and I'm gonna keep on hitting it. I'm gonna get to the broadcast in a minute, but these people don't leave their culture over there. It's that same culture.
To tell you this, what Delta?
Non-FBA woman attempts dumping African Delta employees scamming the airlines onto blackness. Listen to what she says. That was the caption. This is what
Delta in Minnesota, they fired like 500 people. Most of them were Africans, right? This is what these motherfuckers did. So Delta has this thing where when you have bereavement, they give you up to like $2,500 to like $5,000, depending on the person that died to you and the significance, right? So everybody.
She's talking about Africans working for Delta coming over there scamming the job situation. Delta Airlines, apparently.
They was dying. Everybody has somebody dying. Black people are so horrible. You know what they did?
No. She's talking about Nigerians, ma'am. Don't put that on all black people. It's not a catch-all situation. Come on, put your flag up.
Motherfuckers was using the same death certificate. They were passing it around. And they were just changing the name, not the number.
No.
Nigga, they fired all of.
This is a superior African culture that they want us to inherit, black folk. This is a superior African culture. Go ahead.
So now, no blacks working at Delta.
Well, there'll be blacks, but no Africans.
Ain't gonna be no Africans working at Delta. Are you guys serious?
What y'all done fucked up?
Like,
fucked up the church's money.
You guys was really passing around the stuff.
Gotta do better, Kenya.
Liberia. No, it was the Africans. It was like Liberians and Nigerians.
Oh, see, yeah,
that's terrible.
Better. Come on, man.
Liberians and Nigerians. That's not us. That's not us. I'm just saying. But let's continue. Let's continue to look.
Sentenced to 70 months in prison for a large-scale immigration fraud that he was running in his office in the Bronx. Kofi Amankwa, some of you might have heard of him because maybe you've worked with him before. He was finally sentenced for the immigration scam that he was running through his office, where he took...
Cultural Took
thousands of dollars from his victims. They've complained with the Justice Department over the years, which led to this investigation. From September 2016 through November 2023, Amankwa and others at his direction met with clients and instructed them to sign fraudulent Form I-360 VAWA petitions, falsely stating that the clients were abused by their U.S. citizen children. And he had also directed many.
You hear that? Basically, they're saying that the children abused them. And that's an exception. If you suffer from abuse, you can stay in America. Trump is shutting all that down. But let's
of his clients to apply for advanced parole documents so that they could travel and leave the United States and come back and have a lawful entry on their record for the purposes of applying for adjustment of status. The press release says that many of his clients were unsuccessful with getting a green card because their applications were denied. They weren't eligible for the VAWA cases that were pending before USCIS. In addition to his prison term, he was also sentenced to 3 years of supervised release, and he has to pay $16,000 in restitution to his victims. He was also disbarred. Guys, be very careful about who you work with. Immigration scams occur on many different levels, including through attorney offices.
Yeah. What's going on over there? This where you want to go? Back to all you African folk, y'all want to go? Want to live over here? And they quick to tell you, oh, we got somewhere to go. Listen to this. We can go home. Shout out to
everybody else. Where you gonna go?
If Trump decided to kick everybody out, with this dude sitting up there with his little light-skinned lady. Let's shout out to Red Signal.
If Trump decided to kick everybody else, where you gonna go? If they start,
they proud to tell you they're gonna go back to Africa. Go on back then.
Kicking everybody out. Go back to your country. Where they gonna go?
This is our country, sir. But go on. Where you gonna go?
Going straight home to Africa, in my village where the land, I got a land 30 acres, 40 acres.
Why don't you go back there now? You can go back right now. You can take that little light-skinned woman, bring you plenty of what's that stuff, that sunblock, and y'all can go on back right now. You can ease on back over there, right? You don't have to wait for him to invite you over here. Why don't you? Why he got to ask you to leave? Okay, let's keep going.
Where the African American gonna go? You got no place. You can't go nowhere. Jamaican are gonna go back home. Haitian are gonna go back home.
That's because you all are runners. That's why you gonna get up out of here when it get hot. We don't run, we fight. See what I'm saying? That's the difference. But keep on.
Anybody from Colombia are gonna go back home. Brazilian gonna go back home. Mexican gonna go back home. Where you guys gonna go? Where you gonna go?
Once you all leave, this will be a much better place. Have you considered that if we can get all you all to leave, that America would be a much better place after that? I just want you to understand that we'd have more resources, not so much competition for housing. You know, we can get back to speaking the same language, welcome to, worshiping the same religion, black and white. If you all would leave, it'd make things a lot less complicated, sir.
Oh, nowhere. And I need you guys to screenshot this. I need you to put it anywhere. Matter of fact, I want to go viral like this.
We appreciate you for giving us this ammunition that we need to continue forward.
So we can talk. We can have that conversation. Where are the African American gonna go?
Why would we go anywhere? So why are we gonna go?
That's exactly my
point. Think we wouldn't fight to stay on our land?
Point. This is
what makes you think we haven't been fighting?
I'm saying to you guys, as African American been there for years, they still can't be claimed. They still.
Somebody say he looked like an African spirit. Y'all cold-blooded.
The most disrespected people. This might go from one ear to the next, but you guys are gonna understand me one day. They're the most disrespected race in the world. They get pulled over by the cops. Cops are doing all kinds of stuff. African American claim that
you all said you all get disrespected in your own country by your own people, your own cops. The African cops are worse than the worst LAPD. Hey, I'm just saying. Listen to some of these
America
stories.
is so good. Oh, you African booty scratcher. Okay, I can take my booty scratching self to Africa, back home. Where you gonna go?
Go then. Leave. Go on back where you came from, sir. You and your little lady friend. Go on ahead and get on up out of here. You see what I'm saying? Because see, you gone. You need to go.
Cause can be when they come from the motherland, mommy. It just makes it that much nastier. Check this out.
My experience became more of an experience of prejudice and discrimination. I know you're probably like, how? And it's like I went from one experience of prejudice and discrimination to another.
So how are we home if we got to pay y'all? Why aren't the visas free? If this is home, why don't you make this visa free for us?
Because it ain't home, baby. This is black people talking about how their experiences in Africa. It's not home, baby.
If this is home, why do we have to pay to be a resident? If this is home, why isn't our citizenship automatically given to us?
Oh, so what they be thinking is that they gonna get the same red carpet treatment over there
that we
give our immigrants here. Newsflash! That's not really normal outside of the United States or other European countries. Therefore, you're gonna get your ninja wake-up call. Why do you think the Prince of Pan-Africanism himself, who has citizenship in Ghana, hasn't up and left? And he's here in the United States panhandling with his beard grown out to his chest with bits of trash and birds laying eggs in it and shit.
Oh no. Why you do that? Brother, talk to Mark Johnson. A lot of strays this year. But let's listen to some more. Let's listen to some more of that.
The roads, some of the potholes are like literally they will take your car apart. And
this is the singer Kalia, I think it's Kellis. She's married to Nas. She's decided to move to Kenya.
They have these speed bumps. You know, like in the States, the speed bumps, like they give you a warning. These speed bumps are in the dark. They're not marked. And you will like hit a bump.
Just riding across speed bumps in the middle of the night.
And leave your soul like behind you. So the roads are definitely takes a little getting used to. And the drainage system is not working. So when it rains, it floods. Also, the trash, the waste management here is trash. Like it's absolutely awful. It doesn't exist. The other big con for me is like shipping, importing. If you want to live like an American here, it's definitely going to cost you like triple the price. Or anything imported, not just American, but European, anything that's brought into the country is they're gonna jack you. The last con I would say, oh God, the car situation here is an absolute nightmare. I have never seen such a bad car situation. First of all, they say if it's not used here in Kenya that it's like new. That makes no sense. So it could be like 20 years old in another country, probably Japan, which means that all of your digital stuff is going to be in
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Keep telling me.
Japanese, which is very annoying and no one knows how to change it. They'll still charge, they'll be like, oh, but that's $65,000. I'm like, USD? And they're like, yes, that's a good price. No, it's not. So a lot of
that's a big wig that she has on, but go ahead.
Sometimes when I see videos of people talking about like how cheap it is to live here, I think you can do things cheap and there are things that are definitely cheaper. But I think if you're coming here thinking like you're going to live like an American, that's like definitely triple the price.
You will not be living.
Okay, so that's my 2 cents. Bridging the gap with Khalees. I love the continent.
I appreciate
you too, because it's where you're from.
We love it. We love it.
Americans in their village. Now I done replaced them. And they are looking at me like, who, you? You that look like us? You're here to help us to say.
So the black people are saying that the Africans don't even treat them with a level of deference and respect because they're black.
Us? What happened to the white people? And you bald, you ain't got no hair, and you childless, so you really not a woman. In their culture and at that time, you're not a full woman if you don't have children.
So this chick went to Kenya and apparently the Africans didn't even want her. You listen to what she just said. These Kenyans told her that she's bald, that she doesn't have any children, so what can she teach them about anything? And they knew that probably they looked at her and they could, see the bald hair, they could see the hair coloring, and they could see that she just looks like a leftist, and they're probably like, well, what is this woman going to teach us about anything, right? And they probably preferred the white Christian missionaries because at least the white Christian missionaries could teach them about Christianity. I don't know what this woman thought that she was going to give to Kenya. I don't know why she thought that she had some kind of roots in Kenya. Like, Black Americans need to start realizing that our roots are in America, okay? They are not in Kenya or Nigeria or Ghana or any of these other places in Africa. But like I said, a lot of people like Baldy.
Break
from Africa for a bit. I love the food, love the weather,
Shout out
the
to Austin
people,
Howard.
all that begging, man. Everywhere you go, somebody trying to scam you. Women ain't got no money. I mean, some of them do, but the majority of them don't have no money. Every now and then they trying to hit you with a okie doke and try to get $60 here, $60 there. You need to pay for their Uber. Africa is not as cheap as it seems. Once you start living there, you start actually seeing it's really not that cheap, especially if you're gonna be.
If you all don't know, this is Austin Holloman. A young man has traveled all around the world. He's settled in Kenya, I believe. And so he's telling you, what he thinks. This is honest opinions.
It's not cheap at all, so it feels good to take a break for my bank account to take a break too.
Look at that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting you see the footage. Don't blame me. I'm just letting you look at the footage. Okay?
I'm not Nigerian.
This Tariq Nasheed.
Why are we gonna? I'm not a continental African. We're not continental Africans. So what are you talking about?
Africa is within you. So
No,
your ancestors are African.
No. Really?
Your bloodline is African. Your culture is African. So now what?
Really? What's African about my culture?
The food that you eat, the hairstyles you do, the music.
Who? What music?
The hip hop. You don't think that has influence from Africa?
Name the African Nas.
What is it?
The beats that you use, it comes from Africa.
Name the African Dr. Dre then.
Look, we are of African descent, but we are not African culturally. Okay.
Well, let me go see.
Okay, if we got it from you. Name the African Rakim, the African Nas, the African Dr. Dre.
This is
God. My God, Charlie. Oh my God. Oh no, my God. Oh my God. Charlie doesn't deserve this. What is going on? What is going on? 31-year-old, beautiful wife, 2 children, now he's gone. This is evil. This is not acceptable. This is evil. Why? So we have become so divided in this country that people don't have political opinion. People have taken it upon themselves to kill anyone that speaks truth. Doesn't Charlie have the right to speak the truth, irrespective of the fact whether you agree on what he said or know what he believes? What kind of word is this? This is not America. This is not the kind of America we dream for our children. Charlie is gone.
I think I admit it.
Confirmed by President Trump. Oh my God, this is unfair. This is evil. The media has done this. The leftists have done this. They have ridiculed this man for years, calling him and rebranding him what he's not. This is political violence. This is out of terrorism. This is not acceptable. If it's Charlie today, tomorrow, it can be me, it can be you, it can be anybody.
Now, I'm just asking, is this, do we think this is authentic or is this performative? Are we going back into that scammy culture? I'm just asking. I'm gonna let you finish.
This is unacceptable. Oh my God, Charlie. Rest in peace. Oh my God, I pray for the family. This is evil. This is bad.
Well, I think that's a good place to break and go ahead and dig into the lesson for this evening. I want to And I don't want to take away from the wonderful things that Africans have done. They you know, in centuries, millennia past, they had brilliant, beautiful things. And we as Black Americans are inspired by what they did. You know, the Mali Empire, all their great accomplishments in mathematics and science, all the sort of things. And that's not what we're talking about. Okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the current sellout culture that exists right now. Now, here's the thing, family. See, now we're about to get into the meat, about to get into the nitty gritty. Okay. The question of the day is whether or not Black Americans are, I'm saying Black Americans aren't safe in Africa or with tribalistic African culture in America. Okay. Now, earlier I mentioned something, and this is the evening's lesson. Okay. And I know it's been a good warm up, but we got to get down to some history because there are so many people, and I'm going to actually start something where I'm going to give y'all actual history, because there's always people saying we don't know our culture, we don't know there's no inventions, all that sort of stuff. They try to take away from us because we kind of let our guard down. But I want to talk to you all about the Black African immigrant from Angola, who was the first person in America's history to legally own another Black man for life. Okay, and we're confronting one of the most profound and unsettling truths in our story. Think about it. The very concept of lifetime slavery, or of holding another human being in permanent bondage, it didn't originate with Europeans. It came from an African mindset carried across the Atlantic and codified into law right here on this soil. In Europe, people were enslaved temporarily. They worked off debts. They served for years, not life. But Anthony Johnson, a Black man, a Black African immigrant, born and raised in Africa, he brought with him a cultural understanding where enslaving another human being indefinitely was normalized. And when he convinced a colonial court to make that servitude permanent of another Black African, he planted the legal seed of chattel slavery in America. And that one decision by a Black African immigrant born in Africa changed the course of history. It transformed servitude into a system of forever bondage that would ultimately destroy millions of lives and shape the entire Western world. Now, you see, again, Europeans, they didn't invent lifetime slavery. Okay, in Europe, the dominant form of labor, I should say, or the dominant form of labor was called indentured servitude. Okay, and I think I have a video here.
History had slaves, so why do you focus on America? We get this a lot in the comments, and it's a little weird. American slavery was different. English slavery wasn't based necessarily on skin color. America has everything and only to do with the color of your skin. Slaves in England were encouraged by their masters to learn, to learn more jobs, to understand more, because it would make them more money. It was literally illegal for a slave to be taught anything, and you could go to jail for simply teaching them the alphabet. Just one of many, many, many differences not passed on to your kids in England or anywhere else. Your enslavement had to do with you. In America, because of the Pardis decision in 1662, slavery is about whoever is born from a Black woman will perpetually always be slaves. American slavery wasn't the same. It was cruel, it was inhuman, it was terror, it was simply evil.
The question is, we have to ask ourselves, well, where did they get that from? You see what I'm saying? Where did this come from? Okay? And see, this is not something that we don't know. This is not something that is not part of American history, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Last video, many people commented that the very first legal slave owner in America was a Black person. And I was like, I have seen this comment enough that I will look it up myself. I'm sure that this is completely untrue, But let's see where they're getting this from, where they can feel like they can say such a thing. You guys, I have breaking news from the year 1621. I feel like
1621 is true. And that was the case that the white fella just mentioned. This is the case, that very same case. 1621. Keep listening.
Idiot. If you already knew this, leave me alone. I'm doing my best. But apparently, I'm going to tell you a story. I'm literally shook. Anthony Johnson was a slave brought over from Africa. Okay, so what I did know that many people...
Let me rephrase that. Anthony Johnson was an African from Angola. Okay, who was brought over as an indentured servant. All right, don't just throw the term black out there. That could create confusion. There's a lot of black people on the earth, and not all of them are from Africa. Anthony Johnson, whose real name was Antonio, was brought from Angola, okay, which Congo.
People don't know is that Black people were not just, or Africans were not just stolen by Europeans and shipped over to America. They were sold by other Africans. I did know
up to 12 times sometimes. In other words, somebody would go way into the interior of Africa, get somebody, trap them, sell them, put them in chains, sell them to somebody else, sell them to somebody else again and 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 again. And they finally end up in a pen somewhere close to the shore, and some Europeans would pull up, load them on the ship for a certain price with the approval of the local chief or king, and send them off to South America, Central America, the Caribbean, or North America. You understand that? Let's keep listening. This is a scammy culture. Somebody type scammy culture in the chat.
Know that. A lot of people don't know that. So this was not news to me. But he was sold and he was brought over as an indentured servant.
Now he was brought over. Anthony Johnson, the first legal slave owner, was brought over as an indentured servant. So he worked his way out of slavery. Oh yeah, but let's keep listening.
And he was freed because he served his time. An indentured servant serves for a period of time to pay off a debt or to earn their freedom, and then they get to be free.
Yes,
and that was the model that was meant for the Africans in America. Hang with.
Listen, you listening to what the little sister, because I know y'all don't believe me. I know y'all. Y'all think Uncle D don't know. He too light skinned. He work. What y'all say? I work for the Boule. I got a job getting a check from the Boule or something like that. Keep listening.
Because this gets crazy. He was an indentured servant himself. He earned his own freedom. He bought land, and then he owned slaves. He was the first. I'm going to get there. Okay. He owned slaves, black and white slaves, on his tobacco farm.
He had 4 white indentured servants. Okay. She's using slave and indentured servant interchangeable. He had 4. This man, this African from Angola, white people were indentured servants too. This black African had 4 white indentured servants. I'm gonna talk about that in a minute.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
He owned white people.
It's amazing, huh?
Okay, so he owns white people, and there's this guy named John Casor. John Casor earns his freedom through indentured servitude because that's the model. And Anthony's like, no. Actually, you're my slave for life. I know that nobody's ever heard of this, and this is not the typical model, but you will actually not be earning your freedom. And
I'm going to break down the case and explain why in a minute, okay? Now, keep in mind, these people were not related. Castor and Anthony Johnson were not related.
You will be my slave for life. So he goes to court, and he pleads his case, and he's like, you guys get back to me with a ruling on whether or not I can keep John forever, because I don't really want him to be let go. There are other reasons. There was a neighbor, whatever. It doesn't matter.
The reason he wanted, because he didn't want to have to pay John the cows and other financial burden that went along with having an indentured servant free. But let's keep listening.
He's like, he's going to be my slave for life. And the court rules in Anthony's favor, and it's like, we love this for you. Keep him forever. So Anthony Johnson is
the African from Angola. Was the first legal
slave owner. It's the first legal acknowledgement in English America that an African could be held as a slave for life. And he was owned by a black man who
he was owned by an African immigrant. Not even an immigrant. And actually he is an immigrant because not immigrant, he didn't come in voluntarily, but he stayed after his indentured servitude was over.
Owned other slaves who were both black and white.
Yes.
And when they were writing our history books, they were like,
they wrote it in the history book, baby. They don't teach that during February Black History Month. This is the uncomfortable truth that you can only get here, broadcast to all these thousands of people who will watch this right here with Uncle D, the Blizzard King, because I'm not about to sit up here and lie to you. I'm gonna tell you the truth, and what you decide to do with it is on you, okay, baby girl? But I'm gonna go ahead and take it from here. I appreciate you. You seem like you are shocked and awed by the fact that these Africans, how dare, well, I thought we were unified. And I'm gonna explain in detail why this is possible. Now, here's the thing you have to understand, first of all, okay? In Africa, slavery was not new. See, again, Europeans didn't invent lifetime slavery. In Europe, the dominant labor system was indentured servitude. We talked about that. But in Africa, again, it was ancient. Slavery was ancient. It was a system that had existed for thousands of years across the continent, north, south, east, and west. Long before the first European ship dropped anchor, Africans were capturing, trading, and owning other Africans. And let's be clear, lifetime slavery began as an African concept, not as a European one. The idea that a man could own another man forever, that the entire bloodline could be enslaved from birth to death, was born on African soil. It was later codified into law in America, but the mentality that allowed it to happen came from Africa, that same scammy culture. See, when people try to excuse Anthony Johnson's actions by saying he learned that from the white man, that's false. He didn't need to learn it. He brought it with him from Africa, okay? And before Europeans ever built any slave ships, Africans were already running their own slave markets. They still have slave markets. But across West, Central, North Africa, slavery existed nearly in every major kingdom. The Domini, the Benin, the Ashanti, the Mali, the Oyo, you name it. Slavery wasn't an institution. It wasn't an anomaly. The entire economies were built on human bondage. Slaves were used for labor. That's why in Arabic they like this. These are the slave people. This is who we put in slavery. They even preaching that now. It's so common over there. Slaves were used for labor, military service, sexual exploitation, even ritual sacrifice. You had these kings and monarchs over in Africa. They offered human beings as tribute or currency. The Scottish explorer, his name was Mungo Park. He wrote in the 1700s that in West Africa, the slaves in Africa, I suppose, are nearly the proportion of 3 to 1 to the freemen. In other words, 3 out of 1 or 3 out of 4 were slaves. That's how normalized it was. And let's not forget the Arab slave trade. I talked about that earlier. It been operating for over 1,000 years before the first transatlantic slave ship set sail. The Arabs enslaved millions and millions of Africans. They exported them through the Sahara, the Indian Ocean. They castrated men. They enslaved women. They had raised generations after generations. That system stretched from North Africa to the Middle East, from what they call the Swahili coast to Persia. And so when Anthony Johnson, this African born in Angola, where the systems were normal, came to these English colonies, he didn't invent lifetime slavery here. He introduced it. He took another black man whose name was John Casor to court in 1955 and convinced the judge that Casor should be his slave for life. There had been no such precedent before that case. Until that moment, everybody, white, black, or otherwise, worked under a fixed term of servitude. But this African immigrant, Antonio, or Anthony Johnson, changed that whole system forever. He imported an African cultural practice into a European legal framework, okay? And from that fusion, you got what we call American chattel slavery. That's how it was born. And don't let anyone tell you that slavery in Africa is just some ancient thing and it happened 1,000 years ago. Again, it's still going on right now. Right there in Tunisia and Libya and even Mauritania. You heard the young lady say they tried to kidnap her. You understand? And everybody was in cahoots because the film disappeared. They have, even right now, they got open air slave markets right now. You got sub-Saharan migrants are being brought and sold and traded like cattle. You understand me? Right now in Africa. They calling us cotton pickers and slaves. Y'all making slaves right now. They've been bought and traded like cattle. And the reason it happens is because they allow it to happen. I'm saying Africans allow it to happen. They've passed laws, these anti-slavery laws, they're on paper. But the practice continues in the shadows, in the deserts, in the detention camps. And the same mindset that a man's life can be reduced to a private, it still breathes there. It is alive and well. So when people romanticize Africa as the homeland of unity and brotherhood for all Black people, we as foundational Black Americans, being the wealthiest, the richest group of Black people on the planet, we have to confront this with truth. Because whether we believe it or not, whether you accept us or not, we are the most important Black people on this planet. Okay, and I'm gonna let you see something. I want you to hear what these people have to say.
This like to be disrespectful, and maybe this is, some people are gonna think this sounds dumb, but I feel like there's a deeper reason why, you know, people of color and specifically the Black community have been relentless.
She is not talking about Africans. She is talking about the Black community in America. Listen to what this little white woman has to say about you Black people.
Persecuted, like, I mean, just the things that happened during slavery alone, like, were insane. But I don't know, the more I learn about Black history and the ways that, you know, people who literally worked in the government, like the CIA, all these different people in power were
Listen to what this little lady is saying. This is why we as foundational Black Americans are the most important. This is why they open the floodgates and let all those immigrants in to try to dilute our numbers and disempower us. Listen to what she say.
Ruin the Black community, and it makes me think, dude, I feel like, is there something more going on here than just racism? Because it's like, come on, you're telling me you're doing all—
Yeah, God's chosen people. I don't care what you say about it. We have to be. There's only one book. There's only one group of people in the Bible that fits the description of what we're going through, what we've been through.
All this stuff just because you don't like someone's skin color. I feel like, what if, I have this theory that, like, what if Black people have some type of superpower?
She is not talking about Africans. She is talking about foundational Black Americans, the Solon people, the indigenous Black people of the United States of America. This is who she's talking about.
Like, what if they have, I don't know, if they're just born with something very valuable that we don't really know about, but maybe, you know, like I said, these people, these rich people and these people in power, maybe they figure.
And you all want to give up your birthright to go back to Africa just so you can get trapped and sold again. And if not you, your children and grandchildren are not safe because it's the same culture.
Figured it out a long time ago, and maybe that's why they were like, oh, we have to, like, get rid of them, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I feel like maybe they have something special that we are not taught about that is linked to them being people of color, you know? And I've seen some Black creators come on here and try to explain how special it is to have melanin in your skin and how it has all these different properties, but I don't know, I just feel like I have this theory that this goes so much deeper than maybe a lot of us realize, because I'm sorry, but I don't think you're gonna go out of your way for all these hundreds and hundreds of years to try to ruin one group of people over something as silly as, oh, their skin is a different color. Like, I feel like there's something that we don't know.
All right, I'm gonna let you sit on that, little lady. But here's the thing: when we again, all right, this betrayal, okay, this lifetime of slavery did not start in Virginia in 1619. Okay, it started in the villages and the palaces and the ports of Africa over 90% of the Africans sold into the Atlantic slave trade were first enslaved by other Africans. They were captured in wars, manufactured wars for the sole purpose of having raids, okay? Or as punishment, and then sold to European traders. And as Harvard professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. put it, without the complex business partnerships between African elites and European traders, the slave trade to the New World would have been impossible, at least on the scale it occurred. They might have snatched up a few people, but not everybody. That's not hate, family. That's history. So when we say that that lifetime slavery in America began with a black man or a black African immigrant, we're not shaming anyone's heritage or their heritage or ours. We're finishing the story, because until we trace the wound all the way back to its source, from Virginia's courtrooms to the slave ports of Elmina, from the sugar fields of the Caribbean to the dunes of the Sahara, we'll never truly understand what we survived. We are the children of those who endured both betrayal and bondage and rose above it. And we're not going to let anybody rewrite that truth. Now, let's talk about Antonio, okay? We're going to go back to Angola, or what we call now Angola in 1621. If we're going to talk honestly about this man, all right, he was, you know, we need to know where he came from. So we're going to talk about Angola in 1621. Angola wasn't some peaceful African kingdom. This wasn't Wakanda. It was a slave factory. It was carved up by the Portuguese Empire and fueled blood and betrayal. The Portuguese have been in the region for decades. They built forts. They had trading posts. They had coastal ports. They funneled human beings from Africa into the Atlantic. Okay, and they had just opened a new slave port in a place called Bengali in 1616, and it was designed specifically to expand the export of Angolan captives to Brazil and the Caribbean. And this was a time of permanent war. The Portuguese armies allied with or against local kingdoms like Ndongo and Congo and Matumba, and turned human beings into currency. Remember, all these people had different tribes. They were warring with each other. So it's like, look, we're just going to exploit these fools, okay? And we're going to get this money. You see? And then you had what was called the Mbangala, also known as the Jaga or the Kasama, these mercenary raiders who specialized in mass capture. They made a living out of terrorizing villages and burning down towns and selling people to the Portuguese for guns and alcohol. They were out there getting drunk. You were on the bottom of a ship, stripped away, headed overseas because somebody wanted to have a good Friday night, because somebody wanted to get lit on a Friday. So they sold you for a cup of rum and some old dirty rags. This is what they sold you for. See, this wasn't random brutality. It was business. Manufacture a war, pick a reason why you don't like this person. Oh, they call me an African booty scratcher, so we just gonna disempower them. Any reason is good enough for these people with this scammy culture. Nevertheless, they manufactured a reason to fight, okay? And then you had middlemen that converted war into wealth. But by the time Antonio was born, Angelo in Angola, it had already become a society where raiding and capturing and selling human beings was routine. That's not exceptional. The infrastructure, the incentives, the culture of enslavement were backed into daily life. Angola didn't exist in isolation either. It was the southern funnel of the massive regional slave network, and it stretched all the way Central West Africa, okay? The Dutch were involved, the French were involved, but again, the Kingdom of the Congo was one of the earliest African states to trade with Europe, and it had been entangled in the slave trade for over a century. Its ruler, Alfonso I, from 1509 to 1542, he initially embraced Catholicism, okay? This man, he was friendly with the Portuguese. This is their king. Your king. This is your king. This is their king. The king used the Portuguese. He built schools. Yeah, you know, we could be friends. You could have some of these blacks, you know, no problem. You see? He built schools, he built churches, he built armies. But guess what? It was financed by the sale of other Africans, other black people. Now, later on, towards the end of his life, this man who was so infatuated with European culture realized that he had made an error. See, in letters to the Portuguese, he's begging. He's sending letters to the king of Portugal, begging them to end the kidnapping of freeborn Congolese. Because see, it wasn't that they just started. They might have started off getting the people on the outskirts, but after a while, they were snatching anybody, freeborn. Okay, the king of the Congo, Alfonso, said our country has been completely depopulated. So they weren't just taking people they were taking everybody. And see, that's how deep the corruption ran. Even the king who tried to reform it, he was trapped inside, nothing he could do about it. Now you do have people like Queen Nzinga of Matamba. She reigned from 1620 to 1633. She fought fiercely against Portuguese domination. But even she participated in slave trading when it became clear that the economy and the survival of her state depended on it. So when push came to shove, she even sold out. Scammy culture. But the thing is, across the region, African hands captured and sold other Africans, other African bodies. It wasn't universal, but it was wide enough that by the time Antonio, the one that got it cracking over here, young man, it's like he knew it was normalized. That was the thing. You see? Now there was chattel slavery where you and your children were permanent property. Okay? There was domestic slavery where house-born slaves had limited rights but no true freedom. Okay? And there was pawnship. That was debt bondage, military slavery, and sexual slavery in some kingdoms. So all these forms of slavery existed in Africa. See, slavery in Antonio's world, in Angola, it wasn't just one thing, it was many things. It was all brutal, but it was different. So when they started talking about, slavery was different in Africa, that's a goddamn lie. A slave is a slave. You had in the kingdom of Dahomey, you had people being sacrificed for royal ceremonies to honor the ancestors and gods. You understand me? So you telling me that you telling me that wasn't bad? Are you trying to tell me that these people who were being sacrificed to somebody else's gods who were slaves, that's not as bad as what we were dealing with in the United States? And I'm not, it was horrible here in the United States, but it was just as bad over there. You don't think being sacrificed and being a sex slave is bad? Just because it's a black person doing it instead of a white person? Are you kidding me? That's just stupid for you all to imagine that. Just stupid. Stop falling for it. But let's go ahead and skip ahead. Now, when Antonio arrived in Virginia in 1621, the English colonists, they had no concept of permanent slavery. The labor system in the early America was indentured servitude. You worked for a fixed term, most 7 years, and then you were free. Okay, and that was a European model. Antonio came from a world where slavery was permanent, it was inheritable, and it was racialized by culture. Okay? To these people, your culture and your tribe is just as bad as your ethnicity or your race over there. Outsiders could be enslaved for life, their children born into bondage. So in 1655, when he went to court and argued that another black man, another African actually, named John Casor, should be his slave for life, he wasn't inventing something new. He was repeating what he already knew, what he had grown up seeing. He came from a society where slavery wasn't a temporary contract. It was a permanent condition of existence. The concept of lifetime servitude, okay, it wasn't new. He was repeating what he already knew, what he grew up seeing. Now, to be fair, there's no record showing that Antonio himself ever raided villages or sold captives before being brought to Africa or America, but his historical record is clear. The world he came from was built on the capture, use, and export of enslaved people from Portuguese forts in Launda to inland markets in Dongo and Congo. Antonio's entire society revolved around human trade. He didn't need to be a trader to understand it. It was part of the reality. Did you not hear the king of the Congo, Alfonso, say, "You all have depopulated our whole nation"? You understand that? So when he stood up before English court in 1655 and demanded lifetime ownership of John Casor, it wasn't some foreign idea. He learned it. He didn't learn it in Virginia. It was a cultural reflex. It was a worldview imported from Angola's slave war economy, formalized to the power of European law. And that's an uncomfortable truth. You see? Now, again, people love to say, well, Africa's 54 countries. That's fine. So we can't blame all the Africans, right? Okay, but we're not talking about Africa of today. We're talking about the Congo and Angola in the 1500s and the 1600s. They didn't have states like that. They had nations. They had territory. All right, but we're talking about the world that produces this man. Okay. Again, that world, that slave order wasn't some accident. It wasn't tribal chaos. It was policy, a deliberate top-down system enforced by kings who thought they were modernizing the nations. Let me give you a little bit more insight on the King Alfonso I. This is not some man who's sitting in a hut somewhere, bamboozled by Europeans. Okay, King Alfonso I of the Congo. He's also known as Mvimba Ninzinga or Zinga. He reigned from 1509 to 1542. That's a long time. And he wasn't some illiterate warlord hiding in the jungle, okay? He was an educated man. He was baptized. He was fluent in Portuguese, African. And he was determined to make his kingdom a global power. The man was educated in European scholarship. Okay, he was raised and advised by Portuguese clergy in his capital. This man was surrounded by white Europeans from Portugal. He converted from whatever his religion was to Catholicism. This man made Christianity the state religion and even created a coat of arms for the Congo based on what he saw in Europe. This man was infatuated by Europe. He sent his children, his sons, his noble youth to Portugal to study in their universities. One of them, whose name was Henrik Kinu Mvimba, became a bishop in 1518. First black bishop in Catholic history. And so under Alfonso, the Congo elite, they didn't just imitate Europe. They became European in form. This is 500 years ago. They gave themselves new titles, new names, a new coat of arms. They ran there in Africa dressing with European clothes on, going to church and schools. More than 1,000 students were educated under this early reform. The aristocracy joined religious brotherhoods and they modeled themselves after the Portuguese. They blended African governance with Catholic hierarchy. And this wasn't forced assimilation. They wanted to do that. They desired it. They wanted the white man's ice. The white man's ice was colder. This African king, being an African king wasn't good enough. He wanted to walk like a European, talk like a European. He wanted to pray like a European. He wanted Congo to be seen and validated by Europe. But that never works. Now, some say he was a brilliant man. I think it was foolish. Yeah, he could read, he could write, he could debate. He knew theology. This man built the first truly literate African Christian kingdom in the 16th century. But his motives were rooted in seeking white validation. He wanted respect. He wanted recognition from these white Europeans. He wanted the Congo to stand shoulder to shoulder and be seen as equal with his white Christian allies. This fool played the European game thinking thinking they were gonna play fair. It's stupid. And the thing is, in 1520, the King Alfonso, he began to see the horror unfold. His people, his freeborn Congolese people were being kidnapped and sold into slavery. You were a prince, you were born free, you had land. Next thing you know, you in Barbados somewhere picking sugarcane, sold into slavery. Sometimes his own Portuguese agents and the corrupt local nobles, the same African nobles, okay, were working with each other. He even wrote a letter to the King of Portugal, who's King João III. What did he say? He said, every day the traitors kidnapping our people, children of this country, sons of our nobles and vassals. But we're Christian, you know, they grabbing them and causing them to be sold. So great, sir. He called him the King of Portugal, sir. Is the corruption that our country has been completely depopulated. That was more than 400 years ago. You see? You see? That was 400 years ago. But nevertheless, what you have to understand is King Alfonso's story shatters the stereotype that Africa was ignorant or his leaders were ignorant and passive. The Congo people were educated people. Okay, they were connected globally. The children were being educated in European university. You don't think that they studied slavery in Portugal and that was a big business there? You went up there to study economics, and the economics were based around them selling your people into slavery. Come on, man. They thought assimilation would bring equality, just like many of you do. And these people would never accept you. All it's going to bring is what it always brought. It brought them exploitation, and it's bringing you exploitation. And the downfall didn't start with the change. It started with compromise. It started with African rulers open the door thinking the guests came to trade when in fact they came to take. You understand me? We need to kill this myth that Africans were victims only. These people, the Congo's elite, they were not powerless. They were partners in profit. Royal wars produced captives. The crown decided who lived and who died and who got sold. You had Portuguese soldiers and Congolese nobles. They ran a joint campaign, you know, and the letters to the king prove it. This man talking about his own children being seized and sold into slavery. And guess what Portugal's reply was? Just import more people, convert them, and breed them. That's what they said. That was the king's response. That was the king of Portugal's response. That wasn't a moral apology. That was a business reply. Two powers arguing not over whether slavery was wrong, but over who got the better deal. You understand me? I need y'all to understand that. These people, they adopted Portuguese names, clothes, manners. They thought that was civilization. Okay? This is what they thought. We've arrived. We moving on up. Shout out to Fitzgerald. This is what they thought. And they did it voluntarily. So what I'm trying to explain to you all is colonization that these Africans complain about. Oh, we were colonized. Colonization happened before colonization. The classroom, the church, the court had already reshaped the elite's imagination, and in slavery, slavery was part of the modern system. Now, why that matters? Why does this matter to what I'm explaining to you all right now? Okay? Because the man who became Anthony Johnson in Virginia came from that exact world, a kingdom where bondage was normal, where the crown partnered with Europeans, where the elite mixed theology with commerce, and where enslavement was legal, it was structured, and it was sanctioned. Okay? So when Antonio later fought in court to own another African, a black man for life in what is now known as America, he wasn't inventing the idea, he was replicating it. He brought the logic from the Congo to a courthouse in Virginia, in a colony. So servitude for life is not an accident. It was a policy. But this is a lesson, you know, you make a deal with the devil, you become the devil's tools. You see, he invited European, he made slavery a royal industry, he tried to keep it under control, but the system he helped build and sanction outgrew him. And the Congo was bled out. His sons, his daughters scattered all across the world, his nobles robbed, his people stolen. And you can only do that if you got a scammy sellout culture. That same culture that persists today. You understand me? And Africa has never recovered. Now, from this conveyor belt of slavery came Anthony Johnson. Now, again, he was born in Angola and he was shipped to Virginia in 1629. He wasn't just some random victim of European greed. He was a product of a system Africa itself helped construct, a living legacy of decisions made in royal courts a century earlier, okay? And his inheritance of slavery, of a slave economy. This is what we're dealing with. This is where we are. Now, I want to talk about 1619 really quick, but I want y'all to look at this video. Just check this out. I want to make sure you all understand the context, because some of you all may have missed this video. So I want you to see it again so we can all be on the same page. And I'm going to let it play uninterrupted because I want y'all to see and understand.
History had slaves, so why do you focus on America? We get this a lot in the comments, and it's a little weird. American slavery was different. English slavery wasn't based necessarily on skin color. America has everything and only to do with the color of your skin. Slaves in England were encouraged by their masters to learn, to learn more jobs, to understand more, because it would make them more money. It was literally illegal for a slave to be taught anything, and you could go to jail for simply teaching them the alphabet. Just one of many, many, many differences not passed on to your kids in England or anywhere else. Your enslavement had to do with you. In America, because of the Pardis decision in 1662, slavery is about whoever is born from a black woman will perpetually always be slaves. American slavery wasn't the same. It was cruel, it was inhuman, it was terror, it was simply evil.
And all of that started because a black man wanted to hold on to his slaves. So let's go ahead and dig a little deeper. I want to talk about I just want to go ahead and get to it. Okay. So Anthony Johnson, you know, I talked about the kingdom of Nyango. I told you what happened. So he was kidnapped and he was brought as an African slave by slave traders. Okay. He was sold to the Portuguese and he was shipped across the Atlantic Ocean to Virginia. He was one of the earliest documented Africans to arrive in the English colonies, and the ship's record lists him as Antonio. Okay, they don't give a last name. He's a Negro. That's basically what they say. And at that time, slavery as a legal institution, it didn't exist in Virginia. Most Africans, including Johnson, were classified as indentured servants. Okay, people who work for a fixed number of years, often between 4 and 7 years, in exchange for passage, food, shelter, after which they would be free. So Johnson's early years were filled with hardship and survival. He narrowly escaped death during what was called the Powhatan Massacre of 1622. Because remember, back then, you still had the Native Americans. They was like, y'all got to go. And so they was out there trying to put that work in, okay? And so the Native Americans in that Powhatan Massacre, they attacked the plantation of Edward Bennett, okay? The merchant who held Johnson's indentures, his paperwork on his indentured servitude. Out of 57 men, only 5 survived. So that lets you know, okay? And Johnson was one of them, which probably meant the Indians let them survive. But a year later, a black woman named Mary arrived at the same plantation as an indentured servant, and so the two of them decided to get they married, and they remained together for 40 years. So Antonio now had a wife, okay, and this is one of the first recorded African marriages in colonial America. So that lets me know there must be something about this man, okay. Now, after completing his years of service, Antonio took the English name Anthony Johnson. So I'm finished. Okay, so now I'm going to fully embrace this European thing. I'm going to take the name Johnson. Okay, so he took up the name Johnson. So he went from Antonio to Anthony Johnson. And the thing is, when you gain freedom, the colonial government, once you gain freedom, okay, they gave you 250 acres of land under what was called the head right system. Somebody type head right system. Okay, and that rewarded planters who financed the transport of new laborers to Virginia. Johnson's achievement, it was extraordinary for a man of African descent in the 1600s. He became a successful tobacco farmer in Virginia on its eastern shore. He employed both, I'm not going to say employed, but he had both black and white indentured servants, including his sons, his own sons. So by 1651, Johnson was recognized as a free black landowner. Okay, and this man was all in. He and his family were even exempt from certain taxes. This was a special Negro. Okay? He's special for whatever reason. We don't know. History is silent. But this is a privilege that was usually reserved for white colonialists. And in a society still forming its racial boundaries, the Johnson family held a rare position, not enslaved, not fully equal, but clearly prosperous and respected. So, Anthony Johnson's name entered the American legal history through the case of John Casor. Again, another African, another black man who worked for him as an indentured servant. This was around 1653, okay? Casor claimed his time period was up. His 7 years was over. He had been keeping track, been 7 Christmases, you know what I'm saying? 7 Easter Sundays. It's time for me to be free, boss. I'm trying to get up out of here. It's time for me to go. You got to give me what I'm supposed to get, just like you got what you're supposed to get. I want my 250 acres, right? You got your 250 acres. I want to be a special Negro like you, boss. And guess who wasn't having no parts of that? Anthony, I'm going to be the only special Negro around here, apparently. That's apparently what Anthony was on his mind because, anyway, just to kind of skip ahead a little bit, I guess there was a little rancor between the two. And, Casor said, my time is up. And I was free, okay? So what did he do? He went and hooked up with another local white planter named Robert Parker, who hired Casor, believing everybody thought you said this time period is up. But Johnson okay, the black African from Angola, Antonio, he disagreed. He claimed no, Casor still owed him service. And guess what he did? He sued the white man, okay, the other landowner. He sued Robert Parker in Northampton County Court in 1654. This is a legal case. You understand? This is a real legal case. This is part of American jurisprudence. Okay, so he sued Mr. Parker. He sued his neighbor. You took my Negro. He's still under my indentured servitude. Okay, and at first, the court ruled in favor of Robert Parker. He said, look, this Negro's free. We all know he was free. This man had this black dude, Antonio's getting beside himself. So the local court said, yeah, he's, we know he's free. So but guess what? Johnson, he said, no, I'm going to appeal that. So he appealed it. And in 1655, the appellate court reversed the decision and declared that John Casor, not only was he still owed time, but now you're going to be his servant for life. You understand me? So what if Johnson had decided not to appeal the case? Okay, you free. But he decided to spend more money and time and energy, and he appealed it. So what was the motivation? But we'll get to that in a minute. This ruling made John Casor the first person in the English colonies to legally be declared a slave for life without committing a crime. Okay, and I'm going to talk about that earlier because there was another case where somebody tried to run off, and the punishment where you're going to be a slave for life. And I'll deal with that a little bit. But unlike earlier cases, this wasn't a civil. This was civil. It wasn't criminal. Okay, this is just a property issue. He hadn't committed any crime. It wasn't about punishment. It was about property rights. And in hindsight, this decision marked the turning point. It set a legal and moral foundation for what we now know happened, which was chattel slavery, where a black person, a human being, can be treated as property. Ironically, the first recorded lifetime slave in America was owned by a man who had once been enslaved himself, a black man. So Anthony's story, it challenges a simple idea about race and slavery. He was the first documented black African slave owner in North America, and his life reveals a complex system of slavery. Okay, and so you see why. All right. The Europeans fully institutionalized slavery. African leaders, traders, warriors had already taken part in capturing and selling Africans. Okay. But again, this is why history can't be ignored. When we talk about reparations today, we need to acknowledge that the slave trade was not some one-sided crime. Okay. It was a global enterprise involving European colonizers, African planters, African elite, and everybody else. Again, I told you all years ago, if we're serious about reparations, we're going to have to look at the whole picture. The responsibility does not just fall on America alone. Africa, too, must reckon with the role its leaders played in supplying people to the transatlantic slave trade. The life of Anthony Johnson reminds us that this was not just an American sin. It was a human one. It was rooted in greed and power and survival long before the United States existed. Now, I need you to understand something, how this case unfolded. Are you all with me? Hit the number 1 button if you're with me. See, it helps to look a little closer at Anthony Johnson. Who was this black man who was cool with enslaving other black people? Who was this guy? Okay. They call him, history refers to him as an Atlantic Creole. And that means he was a person of African origin who had learned to adapt to both African and European cultures across the Atlantic world. Born in Central Africa, in what is now Angola, Johnson was captured, brought to Virginia, did his servitude, converted to Christianity, and he learned the laws and the business of the customs of the land. He got in, he fit in. By 1651, at the time this case came about, He owned 250 acres of land. He referred to it as mine own ground. This was what he called it. And let me show you what he looked like, because I need you to know this is a picture of the man. Because when I say Creole, y'all, he must have been light skinned. No, he was clearly not. I want you to see what he looked like. This is him right here. This black man right here. You understand? Anthony Johnson, first slave owner. Black man, that's a face right there. That's him. That's the reason we have lifetime slavery right here in the United States of America. This is the man right there. All right? Think about that. An African from Angola. Now, let's get back to the business at hand. He had 250 acres of land, gave it a name, mine own ground. He also had 5 indentured servants, 4 European. He had 4 white folk as slave and 1 African. Now, what do they say about him? He was known as hardworking. And I'm talking about Anthony, that he was successful. He was a respected man in his community. The county court in Northampton praised him and his wife, Mary Johnson, for their hard labor and known service. When a fire destroyed their home and property in 1652, the local officials reduced their taxes and even exempted Mary and their daughters from lifetime tithes. This was a special tax break usually given only to white women. These were special Negroes. And see, again, this type of, you got to look, what was he? You see? We know people we know special Negroes like this. Again, this type of favoritism was unheard of for free black families in the 1650s. And it showed how much influence he had earned with the white folk. You see? And Johnson was also a practical businessman. He used the colony's head right system. Listen, what this did was it granted land to those who brought laborers to Virginia. Remember, we talking about some untamed country. These are settlers. These are not immigrants. These are settlers we talk. This was untamed country. They needed people. All right? In the head right system meant if you brought labor, we'll give you land. You brought more people to this land, more people here, we'll give you land. The thing about him is when disputes arose, he used the courts to defend his interests. Even the famous case that declared John Castor his servant. He didn't go over there and try to capture the man. No. Now, the thing is, he used the court system. This was a white black man. Now we have to ask ourselves, why did these white landowners treat him so special? You see? Well, one thing we have to consider is that, or should I say the historians point out that Virginia's eastern shore, it was different from the big plantations along the James River. Okay, the area had smaller farms and a constant shortage of labor, which made people more dependent on one another. So Johnson was an integral part of that community. It was a small community. It was a small-knit group. Okay, he had lived there for decades. He had a good reputation. He was a Christian, right? Because remember, where he came from in Portugal, they had already converted to Catholicism. So it was just a quick step for him to become a Christian. But nevertheless, it made him part of the local community. And at the time, the courts were more focused on property, productivity, and loyalty than on enforcing these strict racial divisions, which became much harsher in the later century. They needed him at that point. You see? Again, in 1652, after a fire, they didn't make him pay taxes. His wife, he owned land. The case, the Johnson v. Parker case, ordered John Casor to return to his servitude. Okay. Now, the question we have to ask ourselves, well, what was it? Why did he want to keep this black man as a slave? We don't have any letters or any personal record explaining Johnson's his motive, but historians have tried to piece things together. And here's some likely reasons. And they base this on the court case and the local context. And most agree it came down to economic survival, labor shortages, and the value of the property. I want you to understand something. This man did it because he wanted to keep his money right. He did it for the money. So we have chattel slavery because a black African wanted to keep his money together. So historians, there's a man named T.H. Brim and Stephen Inez. And in Mine Own Ground, he argued that the courts at the time often sided with whoever could claim ownership of labor or land. And so Johnson, the black Antonio, saw John Castor as a valuable worker. You see? He was property in economic terms, and he wanted to fight to keep that claim. And the other landowners like, yeah, this sounds like a good idea. I wonder how this is going to turn out. So here's the thing. There was a fear of losing his wealth. There was a man named Captain Samuel Goldsmith who testified that Johnson was in fear that Castor might take most of his cows if he were declared free. And this detail suggests Johnson was worried about losing money or livestock, not just labor. Why? Because once your servant was freed, you had to give him something. And in this particular case, Johnson was concerned about him, Castor demanding livestock, which would do what? Take away from his part. You can use this man for 7 years, right? And now, you know, he wants to exercise, do the same thing you did, and you want to close the door behind him. The other thing is, consider this. There was a shortage on labor, and tobacco farming was hard work, and people were making a lot of money on tobacco. There wasn't enough labor to go around. And many of these indentured servants eventually became free, and they started their own farms, which meant competition for the land. So if I keep this man a slave, then I don't have to worry about him being the special Negro and being my competition. You see these self-motivated reasons? Are y'all with me? Hit the number 1 button. Okay? These are self-serving reasons here that we're talking about. There was no highfalutin reason behind this. This is about money. The other thing is this: social standing, status. You know how us Negroes like status. Some of the people say, well, you know what? He just wanted to protect his status. He was a free black landowner. He was seen as respectable. He was law-abiding. You know, he wanted to keep his privilege. He didn't want this man, this John Castor, this African Negro, okay, taking it. Remember, Johnson had been there for like 30 years at this point. John Castor was relatively new. He didn't want him taking his cows and, you know, nah. He also wanted to show that he could play the same game the white planters play. He played by the rules. So what wasn't motivating him? There's no solid evidence that there was some personal rivalry or jealousy or anything like that. Okay? It looks more like business. You see? Looks more like he put business in his own interest before anything. Now, the thing is, you probably ask yourself, well, how usual was it to keep someone past their indentured servitude? Well, in the early Virginia, both Africans and Europeans came as indentured servants, meaning they worked for a set number of years in exchange for freedom, dues, okay? What did they get? They got land, they got tools, they got money. And normally, after the term ended, they were released. But contracts were often lost. Sometimes they were ignored, and sometimes they were altered. And the courts hadn't yet drawn clear lines between temporary servitude and lifelong servitude. That's why this 1655 Castor case is so important. Because, see, unlike John Punch's case, which happened 15 years earlier, many of you all have heard of John Punch, okay, where lifetime servitude was punishment for Castor, okay, because of a crime he committed. He had run off. See, Casor was made a lifetime servant because of a civil ruling. You gonna be mine because I say so. You my property. You went over there and I sued you. The new person you work for. He didn't commit any crimes. He thought it was over. There was no bad faith. But what this case did, what the 1965 case, the 1655 case did, was it helped shift Virginia from a race-based hereditary slavery, which became the law in the 1960s. So bottom line, Johnson, he was smart, he was ambitious, he was resourceful, he built a successful farm, he earned respect from white folk, and it was an extraordinary achievement. Okay, but his victory in the Casor case also showed how deeply he had absorbed the colony's economic value. This was a white European in his mind. It held up, housed in black skin. You see? And all the historians agree his interest was his self-interest, fear economic loss, and the court's growing belief that property rights were more important than human freedom. And Antonio Johnson went right along with it. This is one of the most overlooked cases in American history. They don't teach this in law school. You literally have to dig this up. I want you to understand what it looked like in Virginia, all in America in 1650. It was young, it was rough, it was uncertain. There were only 30,000 colonialists there. There was only 300 people of African descent, barely 1% of the population, and the colony hadn't yet even written clear laws. It's just people living on the land. The idea of who could be enslaved and how long and under what conditions was still being debated. This is Survivor Island, you see, North American style. And at the time, most Africans in Virginia, like many poor Europeans, were treated as indentured servants. That meant they worked for a set number of years to pay off their costs and their free passage to the New World. And when the time was up, they were legally free. But in practice, things weren't that simple. Some contracts were lost. Some contracts were misplaced and some were forged. Okay, and some of the masters refused to release their workers, and the colonial courts hadn't yet decided whether Africans should be treated like white servants or should they be treated like something different. See, in this uncertain world, the gray area between servitude and slavery, because remember, at the end of the day, it's still black. Okay, but this gray area is how we meet John Casor. His story marks the turning point where those blurred lines began to harden into something permanent, lifelong race-based slavery. Remember, Anthony Johnson, this free black man from Angola, had earned his freedom, built a tobacco farm, and even owned 250 acres of Virginia's eastern shore. Land he proudly called mine own ground. Okay, but he was still black. And let me tell you something about what I've seen. If white folks ever want to do something treacherous and dirty to black people, they're going to put a black face in charge. Look at the director of HUD. Whatever you think about Section 8 and food stamps and whatnot, it's not a white man who's the face of taking your food stamps away. It's a black man, former NFL player. Anytime they want to do something dirty to you, they're going to get somebody black and use him as cover. They had the commander of the Caribbean, that you see that brother quit. He said, y'all are not going to have me out here throwing bombs at these doggone drug boats and committing these crimes. You understand what I'm saying? I want you to understand the game hadn't changed. The players do, but it's the same game. And you got so many people lined up to be tokens and sellouts. They'll do it. But let's dig a little deeper, okay? We're going to dig a little deeper. I'm going to go over this layer again, over and over again. We're going to dig deeper and deeper. So, anyway, Johnson, you see, he had the 4 white slave owners. He had the 4 white indentured servants, the 1 black. And basically Casor said, hey, I've done my time. I've worked beyond my term. And Johnson said, no, you belong to me. Okay? The 2 more Africans, one claiming freedom and the other one claiming ownership. All right. And that caught the attention of the legal system. And somebody said, yeah, we can use this. So he filed, here's the thing, the freedom suit. In 1653, John Casor took the stand. He left Johnson's plantation and went to work for a neighboring white planter named Robert Parker. And Parker and his brother testified that they believed that Casor was free, that his contract had run its course. But Anthony Johnson didn't let it go. In 1654, he sued Robert Parker in Northampton County Court, accusing him of detaining his servant. That's my property. Send my Negro back. You see? And of course, Casor said, but I'm free. I've been working for 7 years. It's a clear cut. But somehow the paperwork got lost. Again, the district court, we'll call it the lower court, agreed that he was free, he'd done his time. The appellate court on March 8, 1655 reversed that decision. So that's the day the chattel slavery started in the United States, on March 8, 1655. You see, and what did the judge say? The Casor, that he be returned forthwith to the service of Anthony Johnson, and that Parker pay all the court costs. Ooh, I bet it was some hard Christmases around there. I bet old John Casor was sleeping with all of Johnson's daughters at that point. Probably got them all pregnant. You understand? But again, this ruling made John Casor, this black African immigrant, the first English colonial in America to legally be declared a slave, have a slave for life, without committing any crime. Okay. And that's what makes this historic. See, it wasn't a criminal punishment. It wasn't about rebellion or escape. It was about property. The court had, for the first time, recognized a master's claim of lifelong ownership over another human being through civil law. You said you free, I said you not. Okay, well, your punishment now is to be my slave for life. Damn. So that means if you contest it and you rule and the ruling is against you, you're a slave forever. If you see the trap, all they have to do is contest it. The burden is for you to prove that you weren't, and they have the paperwork. So if they come up with the paperwork or forge the paperwork, isn't that crazy? That is insane. You had the court protecting property rights, even when the property was a man's life. And the person put forth to do it was Anthony Johnson, a free African immigrant. Shout out to GCLA. The court effectively affirmed that a black man could legally own another black person. And that single ruling showed how the idea of property, not race, was starting to drive the system. And the logic of ownership was overtaking the old flexible norms, okay? All right. And soon race and property would merge to create a permanent hereditary system of slavery. So what happened next? Well, John Casor, he remained enslaved to Anthony Johnson. And when Johnson later moved his family to Maryland in 1665, Casor went with them, still enslaved until his death. Meanwhile, Virginia lawmakers, they got busy. Okay, they start turning these scattered rulings and these stare decisis into, and they brought it all together. In 1662, the Assembly passed a law called Partus Sequitorum Ventrum, and that's a Latin word, means that the child follows the womb. And this meant that the child status came from the mama, because remember, there's a lot of white men and a lot of folk getting black women pregnant, and we can't have these children free, because before that, if your father was free, you were free. But now, if your mother's a slave, you're a slave. And what that did was it automatically enslaved the children. And that law broke from English tradition, which had always followed the father's line. And so it made slavery hereditary. So over the next 30 years, new laws restricted Africans and free blacks. What they could do, they couldn't own white servants anymore. They got rid of that. So you can no longer have an Irish indentured servant anymore. They weren't allowed to carry weapons. They weren't allowed to testify in court. And by the 1690s, Virginia had become fully racialized as far as a slave society. All of this started because a black man was too greedy. Shout out to Intricately Tangled. A black man was too greedy and a black African named Antonio Johnson didn't want to give up his cows to John Castor. Okay? Because he was selfish and greedy. He wanted to keep his status amongst white folk. See, that lawsuit it wasn't about fairness. It was about a man who worked his term and wanted his freedom. And instead, he became the foundation of slavery as an institution here in the United States. And from that moment forward, the line between servant and slave was drawn in blood. Okay? This is the exact moment when it started, when freedom became negotiable and race became destiny. And by choosing property over humanity, the Virginia courts helped build a system that will last for more than 200 years. You understand me? John Cass, he said, I've done my time and I've earned my freedom. He said that. And it didn't work out. You see? Now, let's dig a little deeper into this. Because the evidence, and I want you to understand that, the evidence the court credited Goldsmith's deposition. Goldsmith was a captain, okay? See, this is the most important testimony. It was a sworn deposition of Captain Samuel Goldsmith that was taken in open court in 1865. Goldsmith stated in essence, hey, at Johnson's house, Castor told Goldsmith, John Castor being the person who did, he came to Virginia about 7 or 8 years ago as an indentured servant, and he demanded his freedom, saying Johnson had kept him for 7 years. And Goldsmith then asked Johnson to produce the paperwork. And Johnson said, he never, I didn't have one. But that he was sure he had he was sure he had the guy for life. And then Goldsmith added that Robert and George Parker, who were the next door neighbors, they knew Castor had it as an indentured servant, and they lived on the other side of the bay at that time, so they were neighbors. And he's saying the reason he didn't want to do it, he might have to surrender cows to Castor. Okay? You see? That was his reason. You see? He was fearful of that. The Captain Goldsmith said the idea that he would have to surrender cows to John Castor because he'd done his time as an indentured servant. He said he appeared fearful when he said that. And the family members, and when I say family, I'm talking about Antonio Johnson's family members, his wife Mary and his daughters, they urged him to free Castor, which Johnson apparently did informally at the moment and let him go, but then he went back on it because he didn't want to have to give up them cows. So he said, no, I'm going to take you to court. You see? See, this part of the testimony called the deposition, he gave the court 3 important pieces of information. Antonio Johnson admitted he was claiming John Castor as his servant for life. Okay, not just for a few more years. Other colonialists confirmed that they thought Castor's work contract had already ended and that he was supposed to be free. The testimony also showed that there had been a lot of back and forth between Johnson and Castor and the colonialists or the colonists, which promises, with promises made and taken back, which left the judge to figure out who actually had the stronger claim over Castor. You see? Johnson, who said he owned him for life, or Castor, who said the time was up. So let's read the book. This is what the judge said. The day Anthony Johnson, Negro, made his complaint to the court. He was still a Negro. As much as he wanted to be white, he was still a Negro. Okay? Still. All right? But let's hear what the court said. And I'm going to break this down too. Let me know if you're learning something. If you learn, I know it's long-winded, but this is important. This is our history. This is the history that they never teach. We got to learn it. Because we talking about this scammy African culture. We need to know. We need to see. This man brought this to our country. Okay? All right? What y'all? This is the first tether. Is that what y'all? The first tether. That's what we should call this. This day, Anthony Johnson, Negro, the first tether, made his complaint to the court against Mr. Robert Parker and declared that he denieth his servant John Casor, Negro, under pretense that said Negro is a free man. In other words, he denied it, he was a free man. The court doth find that said Mr. Robert Parker most unjustly keepeth said Negro from Anthony Johnson, his master. It is therefore the judgment of the court in order that said John Casor, Negro, forthwith return unto the service of his said master Anthony Johnson, and that Mr. Robert Parker make payment of all charge and suit, also execution. In other words, bring him back. So Casor was ordered to return to Johnson's service. Parker had to pay the court costs. So that was a deterrent for anybody else. And the court enforced Johnson's claim of lifetime service, not a fixed term. Basically made him a slave for life. Now, why did Anthony Johnson? Why did Anthony Johnson? Why is it so historical? Why is it controversial? Is it controversial? Okay, we need to talk about this in context. Let's unpack this step by step. The court order the court order itself doesn't cite any written contract or physical proof that the man hadn't, done his time. There's no proof. It's just, it's just Anthony Johnson's word. You see, so now as an attorney, I know that the judge also has to consider public interest. What did I say before? It wasn't a very populated place. It was work to be done. So the public interest says, yeah, we want to keep as much labor as we can. Now, here's the thing. In the 17th century, Virginia, written contracts weren't always required for labor or indentured servitude. Most indentures between poor laborers and planters, it was an oral agreement. You work for me for 7 years and you good. And it was witnessed by neighbors or some local official. Okay. In this particular case in Northampton County, where the case was tried, these disputes were decided by word of mouth. They were decided by community reputation. They were decided by testimony of credible men. What does that mean? That means the judge, okay, the judges were not expecting a written contract of indentured servitude. They relied on testimony and reputation and what the community believed to be true. You understand me? That's some hell of a hearsay. So that's what, and the judge was like, well, they're saying this, you're saying that. Okay, cool. Next, the record that I quoted, okay, Anthony Johnson, the Negro, made a complaint, is all that survives from the county order book. And the full transcript, it doesn't exist. But you have historians like T.H. Brim and Warren Billings and Edmund Morgan. They reconstructed the likely evidence from surrounding entities and depositions. And so from the research, they said that Johnson claimed that Casor had been his servant for life, not just a term. Casor claimed he had served his time, was now a free man. Robert Parker, the white neighbor who had given Casor shelter and agreed with him that he was a free man, and even offered him wages, right? That was evidence. And then Johnson complained to the court, arguing that Parker was harboring his servant and depriving of him of his property. The proof the judges accepted was Johnson's sworn complaint. And it was backed by witnesses, probably other planters, right, who had a vested interest in seeing this happen. Hell, the judge was probably a planter. You see? Okay? They said we knew Castor had been with Johnson for years and had heard Johnson claim lifetime ownership. That was it. You understand what I'm saying? Credible men. Yeah, he said he was for life. So you saying if y'all say I say that I was going to be his indentured servant for life, that's it? Damn. You see? Here's the thing you need to understand. So there was a time where the neighbor, he tried to make peace between them. Hey, but then Parker changed his mind and treated Castor as a free man. And that flip-flop made the judges see Pastor as unjustly keeping another man's servant. So the fix was in, you see? The fix was in. No documents. It was a sham case. You see? Now, why is it that the court favored Johnson? Because, well, it was, we're looking at colonial Virginia courts. They were obsessed with social order and property rights. And even though Johnson was black, he was a landowner. He was a taxpayer. He was the head of the household, and the judges saw him as a legitimate member of the planter class, not as a slave himself. And on top of that, this would be great for all of them. On the other hand, this other guy, the neighbor, he was seen as stirring up conflict, undermining the man's claim to his servant. And so to the court, Johnson's property rights mattered more than Castor's freedom. Castor, the black dude, he was just a football. But see, Parker pretending Castor was free made him the villain in their eyes. Because remember, they needed these slaves to get out. They needed these blacks to get out here and work. This was untamed land. They need all the labor they get. You see? There was no indentured record. There was no written record. The judges didn't require it. In that time, custom was treated as law. The court believed Johnson when he said this man was always mine and will always be mine. And Castor's inability to produce his own written proof of freedom, it sealed his fate. Best evidence. And so the courts tended to presume servitude. Just like the courts tend to assume that baby is yours if you married to the woman. You understand? Now let's dig a little deeper. Greed, economic motive. Johnson saw Castor as a valuable labor. A lifetime servant meant guaranteed productivity, and Johnson was getting old. Remember, he's been there 50 years. He's getting old. Owning the slave, owning a lifetime servant elevated Johnson's prestige amongst the white folks. He's one of them. And of course, Virginia law hadn't yet hardened in the full chattel slavery. Okay, and so the lines were blurred. Mind you, this is 1650. This is well after the first people that came in 1619. You understand? And of course, the judge's primary instinct was to defend what they saw as a property, even if the owner was black. It wasn't about him. It was about how we could benefit from this. You see, we just gonna use this black dude. This is great, but it was his mind. It was a good idea. Remember, Antonio had brought the idea of slavery as for life from Africa. See, the court believed Johnson's word and valued his right to own labor more than Castor's right to be free. And that proof was custom testimony and local power, not documents. You understand? Now, the other thing I need you to understand is this. Well, number one, it became precedent. Now, that was just the law of the land. Okay? And there was an economic incentive for the planters because now they could gin up a permanent labor class, perpetual servitude. Children would inherit the status of their mother. This was perfect. It was the perfect setup. You see? All right. And the fact that you had a black man doing it gave it unintentional legal credibility. Can't be racism. It's the black man that did it. Now look, check that, and then think about this. Anthony Johnson, his personal victory came at a moral cost, and it rippled through history. He sought to secure his own household and preserve his wealth. The same motivations that white planters would later use to justify mass enslavement of Africans. And his triumph over his white neighbor, Robert Parker, is symbolized ambition, survival, and the right to protect one's property, even if that property was another black man. But now, by the time Johnson died in 1670, the colonial officials refused to pass his land to his sons. Ain't that something? Because his sons were Negro, and the laws had changed because of the case. Negroes could not legally own property in perpetuity. So the same legal system he once used to claim another black man's life and labor would eventually strip his own black family of theirs. You see? Again, came back and bit him in the butt. See, Anthony Johnson's case didn't create slavery overnight, but it set a legal and psychological precedent that a black body could be held for life without crime or contract, and that courts would enforce it. And from that seed grew the entire system of American slavery, a system that lasted over 2 centuries and defined the racial order we still feel the effects of today. You see? Now, of course, there was the case of John Punch. I kind of talked about that a little bit. Basically, in 1640, it was a criminal punishment of life of service. You had 2 white boys, 2 white runaways, and 1 black dude, okay? And, they decided to run off and go hang out, and they got caught, and eventually, your punishment is to be a slave forever. They gave the white men an extra 4 years, and they gave John Punch lifetime of servitude, okay? And so to understand how slavery became permanent, that was 15 years before. Now, again, he had committed a crime, okay? This was a criminal punishment for trying to run away and not fulfill your obligation, okay? Keep that in mind. Are y'all learning something? If you learn something, hit the L button. Let me know you're learning something. Type learning. I don't want to bore anybody, okay? But again, so what happened? I'm going to give you this brief story. We're going to talk about the first person to be punished. This is criminal servitude. So in 1614, John Punch, another African servant, he was working for a planter named Hugh Gwynn, and he ran away to Maryland and with 2 European indentured, 2 white dudes from Europe, and all 3 were captured and brought back to Virginia to face punishment before what was called the Governor's Council. And in July 9, 1640, the council ordered that all 3 men be whipped. However, the 2 Europeans were merely, their indentured servitude was extended for 4 years and to their masters, and 3 more to the colony. So they had to do an additional 7 years. Shout out to Ashton Mulkey. But John, on the other hand, okay, his sentence was to serve his master for the natural, his natural said to serve his master for his natural life. And this ruling is cited as the first documented instance of lifetime servitude in the English colonies. It wasn't yet slavery. Slavery wasn't hereditary, but it established something radical. Africans could be punished more severely than Europeans for the same crime. And that's something that we still deal with today. And that disparity in sentencing marked one of the earliest legal acknowledgments that blackness could justify permanent bondage. So here we are 15 years later, the John Casor case in 1655, we go a step further. We introduce lifetime bondage through civil law rather than criminal law. Remember, John didn't do anything. John Casor didn't do a damn thing. I'm free. I'm gonna go over here and work for this white man, Mr. Roberts. Hey man, give me my cows. Okay? No. Anthony Johnson, another free black man, another African immigrant from Angola, substantial landowner, owned 250 acres by 1651. Shout out to Johnny. He had employed John Castor. Shout out to Urban Eagle, a black man. He claimed he was his indentured servant not just for 7 years, but for life. Okay, and Casor said, no, I've done my time. All right, white neighbor got involved. He testified, court with the case. Originally, he lost, but the appellate court said, nah, we're going to let him stay with you forever. You're going to stay with him. He died in his service. Okay, again, that court decision officially recognized Johnson's claim that Casor was his servant for life. In a civil matter, he committed no crime. Okay, in this case, became the first known civil judgment in an English North American court to hold a lifetime servitude without a criminal cause. Whereas John Punch's case reflected a radicalized punishment, Casor's ruling enshrined racialized property rights, acknowledging that a master's ownership of a man's labor and in effect his person, his humanity could be for life. You see? Again, this was a gray area. And they made it black and white. Now here's something else I need you all to understand. I want you to listen very carefully, okay? Because this is when it all gets down to this. Listen. So in the broader legal climate, okay, in the 1650s, okay, Virginia, it hadn't codified slavery as a statute. African laborers occupied, as I said, it was ambiguous. It was a gray area between indentured servant and perpetual servitude. Local courts, they prioritize property rights. Look, man, property owners could do no wrong. It's in the public interest. And so Johnson's argument fit neatly within that logic. Additionally, and it paid very close attention, the colonial lawmakers increasingly framed Africans as non-Christians. Basically, they were seen as heathens. They were seen as aliens. Okay, they stood outside the protections of English common law. And this mindset provided a moral and legal cover for the courts to enforce lifetime service on racial and religious grounds. In other words, they're saying the mere fact that you are Black or African, you by definition cannot be a Christian. That's basically what they were saying. You can never worship God like we do. You see? Think about that. Now fast forward that to today. In 1662, they passed a law that basically said children inherit the status of their mothers. So that created the heredity on the matrilineal lines, because you had a lot of white men getting a lot of Black women pregnant. But throughout the 1600s, Virginia continued building a legal wall around Black freedom and restricted Black people from employment, punishment. They outlawed interracial relationships, and it culminated in something called the Deportation Act of 1699. You know, they always talk about Black people could be deported. There was a time when we were deported. We were deported from the territory of Virginia. Okay, but what it did was it sought to remove free Black people. So you had free Black people in this country, in Virginia, and they were forced to leave, or at least on paper, you're supposed to leave, you can't be here. But it didn't play out like that because it just wasn't enough ways to enforce it. People found ways around it. But again, the Virginia had, it hadn't erected these full statutory architecture of race-based chattel slavery. But again, this gray zone existed. So you got the Casor case, you got Anthony Johnson. Okay, again, the local judges cared more about protecting people's property than about protecting some servants' rights. Okay, and that's what you need to understand. This was the overriding force. It was necessary. Now again, and I know you all are tired, but I need to get this out. Okay. Again, theology played a lot in how things played out. See, when the English colonialists in Virginia and other colonies, they thought about law, and rights, many of those ideas flowed from Christian theology and English common law. But those systems were originally built for Christian English-born people. Africans were seen as non-Christians. They were seen as heathens, okay? No matter what. They were considered outside the protective circle of the law. Why is this? Why was Christianity a dividing line? Well, the colonialists tended to believe that only Christians, okay, especially English Christians, were fully human in a sense of having moral and legal rights. Remember, they thought the Vikings were savages too. They didn't think they were human either. And so as far as Africans were thought to be non-Christians or heathens, and were thus placed outside the full umbrella of Christian moral community. They were foreigners. They had limited legal standing because Africans were viewed as foreigners and non-English and non-Christian. They were sometimes treated as aliens under the law, not English subjects with full rights. And so English common law protections that would apply to the English, like due process or property rights, were argued not to fully apply to them. And so when you deal with people like Charlie Kirk and the like, this is what they're saying. This was a white nationalist country at its inception. And you blacks don't have rights because by nature, you cannot be Christian and therefore you cannot be a full citizen. This is what they're saying. Even though we know that Christianity existed on the African continent 100 years before it ever hit Europe. In fact, African Christianity itself is an African religion. Yeah, we call the place, the Middle East, but darn it, that was just Africa East. The Suez Canal don't change nothing. Hell, even some of the colonists, they claim that converting Africans to Christianity justified temporary servitude. Listen to this. Because see, the idea that enslaving them would give them time to evangelize. They were so enslaving Africans permanently was saving their souls. And this logic implied that their non-Christian status made them suitable candidates for bondage until they were converted. Think about that. They even use verses from the Bible about servants and masters, which sometimes twisted to support slavery. They had a whole English Bible. I put that in my membership. Y'all make sure you join the membership. Check out some of my Sunday sermons that I used to do over here. You see, they pointed to the Old Testament, the New Testament. I talk deeply about the slave Bible. Okay? But nevertheless, because of these beliefs, legal authorities and planners often felt that they could deny Africans full rights and justify enslavement of non-Christians and rationalize perpetual servitude. Remember, shout out to Norwalk. They saw us slaves as heathens, not human in the full legal sense. Europeans and colonial writers, they described Africans as heathens, as barbarous, as pagan, as lacking Christian civilization. That language was used to argue they were morally and legally inferior, making it easier to claim power over them. So they used Christianity to hit you upside the head and strip you of your humanity. You're an African, therefore you cannot be a Christian, therefore you cannot have rights. Even when ministers wanted to convert enslaved Africans, many slaveholders resisted granting them full religious participation or acknowledging their spiritual equality, because guess what? That would mean now they're Christians and now we got to free them. It's going to mess up the money. And so in some colonies, laws even prohibited slaves from Christian education. We talk about the reading and they wouldn't even let us become Christians or worship services that might stir ideas of equality. Think about that. Because see, you had people saying, if we convert these people to Christianity, they should be freed based on Christian equality. Those were the liberals, right? And over time, the colonial legislators passed statutes to override that idea. That they made it the law that conversion did not guarantee freedom. Because at the end of the day, they needed black people to do their labor. Now, this mess that we got in is because some African kings over in Africa wanted to do business with some Europeans. They wanted to be like the Europeans. And then you had an African man, a product of that slave system, brought his black behind over here as a slave, then decided he wanted to strip another black man of his freedom because he didn't want to share his doggone wealth with him. Think about that. He wanted to do him dirty. And the white folks went right along with it. I want you to think about this scammy culture. Let me tell you what some of these legal scholars said, how serious these people were. They said, it's God's plan to bring heathens into Christian bondage so they might learn the gospel. And this kind of language, it appears in these religious tracts at the time. How did this happen? Right? See, again, the courts were more willing to accept the master's claim over an African servant because Africans were deemed outside the usual protections. That's why a white man can say something that a black man did it, and yeah, we just gonna go with that, even today in the court of law. And the legal logic gradually shifted so that race became a shorthand for non-Christian or foreigner. You see? Instead of saying white, they would say non-Christian. And so Africans became the default class of people whose freedom could be denied. And over time, as the colonial statutes hardened what began as justifications based on religion and foreignness, and it transformed into racial laws. They replaced heathen with Negro. They replaced the Christian with white. And the laws treated all Africans and their descendants as slaves, regardless of religion or behavior. And this thinking helped courts accept property claims over Africans even before explicit slave codes were passed. You see? So by 1770, you know, the courts at the time, or what they called the assembly, it limited whom free blacks and native people could purchase. They barred them from getting these white indentured servants anymore. Okay? They were only limited to indenturing people of their own nation. And I just find this peculiar, you know, all of this going on. Why did they let Anthony Johnson, he was clearly black, why was he treated as the special Negro? Well, how, I mean, again, in 1655, they hadn't barred free black people from holding slaves. Again, you know what they did to his son, because they stripped the sons of the rights to even own land, so the sons couldn't inherit the land. In 1691, they outlawed interracial marriage. So before that, black people, white people, Indian people, everybody could get married to each other. But they stripped it between, they barred interracial marriage between whites and blacks, or whites and mulattoes specifically. You could still marry an Indian or a black or Asian, whatever, but you couldn't marry white. And they gave him 6 months to get out of Virginia. See, they made it illegal to manumit. You see? That's free somebody. Black. And so over time, they just cut back the laws. Restricted black people's ability to own property, testify, carry arms, etc. You see what I'm saying? And then we had to go all the way up to 1865 before we got our rights back. It's peculiar. And we don't talk about this because, so you saying back then it was okay for black people to marry white people before that? Yep. So from 1492 all the way up to like 1691, you had a lot of interracial marriage. That's why you got a lot of so-called white people with sub-Saharan African DNA and Indian DNA in them. See? And see, the law didn't just remove people, it literally erased our memory. It rewrote Virginia's history so that Black freedom appeared unnatural and dangerous. That's what they did. That's how insidious it was. You see? Now, I know you all learned something and I have more work to do. I got a lot more to talk about because I want to bring this all home, and I have a really good closing statement to kind of gather all this up together and bring it on home. But I want to take the opportunity to read the 20 super chats. Now, I'm going to be a little honest with you. It's a little disappointing because I know you all learned something tonight. But I certainly do appreciate you. I feel as though I worked hard, but if I hadn't worked hard, fine. I'll try harder next time. I'll do better next time. But it would be great. We got 20 super chats. It would be great if we got more. Okay? But let me take the opportunity to thank the beautiful people who contributed to the super chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Let me go ahead. Now, the Cash App is running across the bottom of the screen as we speak. Okay? So, but what I'm going to do at this point is just take this opportunity to thank the people whose Cash Apps and super chats that I see on the screen right now. Let me go ahead and just go ahead and cue these up. Shout out to, well, first we'll start off with the Cash Apps. Let's see who we have. Man, I've been here for almost 4 hours. This has been a minute. Okay. Let me see here if I can pull this up. All right, we got a $10 super, got a $10 Cash App from Tangelina Scale. What a beautiful name, Tangelina. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and get this music playing. Okay. And I'm going to read these super chats. We got 20 super chats. Shout out to Mr. Hunter, 5150. Again, it would be great to get, let's say, 25 super chats for this lesson, but only if you learn something. If you didn't learn something, I shouldn't earn something. I'll do better next time. But Pam C, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you. Who else we got? Curly Locks, thank you so much. Lisa H. Town Gardner, thank you. I appreciate you. Urban Eagle, good looking out. We got 21 super chats. We might get 25. That'll be live. EAV, thank you for the $9.99 super sticker. Orange DNA, thank you for the 300. I don't know what that is. I don't know what kind of money that is. I can't tell you. Lance Jackson, thank you so much for the $19.99 Blue Baggins. He said, I've spent 15 years as a digital nomad, dealt with many Africans, mostly Nigerians, but the Cameroon, Kenya, they do not like us. They are jealous, will talk poop about us and say we have no culture while trying to act like it. Isn't that something? That's just ironic. We got 23 super chats. Let's see if we can get 25. That'll be live. Robert B, hey, I have to chip that in. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for that. Also, Red Sigma, he says, keep teaching, brother, man. Shout out from South Alabama. Shout out Duran J. Thank you so much. He says, a few dollars for the collection plate. Good looking out. Red Sigma, learned something already. All right, cool, man. I appreciate that. Fitzgerald, great lecture. Who else do we have here? DT, thank you for the super sticker. GCLA, thank you so much. And also, Intricately Tangled, thanks for breaking the Johnson Castor case. You're welcome. You're welcome. Johnson Muley, Knowledge Gain. Urban Eagle, thank you for the $5 super sticker. I really appreciate tonight's broadcast, as I do all others, but this is especially informed. Yeah, this is something you're not going to learn everywhere. Nobody talks about this. And that's amazing. All these people, and nobody wants to talk about it. It's uncomfortable. Shout out to North Hill. Thank you for the $10. Saga, a Sage Talk Media. What's up? Great show, Uncle D. Man, good looking out, family. Dolphina Pearl, beautiful name. Dolphina Pearl, beautiful name. Thank you so much, Dolphina. Jermaine Reese, I definitely learned a whole lot. Thank you. Corporal ST Smith, thank you for the $2 super sticker. I love how you looked at this and broke it Thank you so much. That was 24. We almost got 25. We might get 25 before we end this live. But you know what else I want to also thank? We got $100 super. We got $100 cash app. And I want to make sure I give a big shout out to Sheriff Lucas. Sheriff Lucas, thank you so much, Sheriff Lucas. I appreciate you, man. Good looking out. Sheriff Lucas D. Memorial, D. Amaron Memorial. Good looking out. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's bring this on home. Now, we're going to be here for a minute because I got to explain something. What's the title of this broadcast? The title of this broadcast was Black Americans, okay, okay, Black Americans are not safe in Africa. You guys remember how we started this off? And shout out to Sweet Jean too. Thank you for being 25. We might get 30. I know you all learned something. I know you never heard none of this, okay? And they never go into detail, but that's okay, okay? They never tell you what these people's motivation was. We can't just automatically assume, you know, they don't want to mess up. Our Black scholars don't want to have this Pan-African bend on everything they do. So they don't want to mess up the so-called Black unity that we have. So they don't want to talk about the truth, okay? But I'm going to talk about it because I love you more than any ideology and I want you to know the truth. And I take this, what I'm doing, very seriously as part of my legacy, okay? And so that's where I'm coming from with it, all right? But, you know, you got to teach people, you know, let them make their own decisions. You're free people, all right? And now, especially now, I don't want y'all to think y'all can run back to Africa. And the culture hadn't changed, okay? It's the same culture, same people, all right? Now, listen up. Okay, from the start, we started off and, you know, well, let me say it like this. Black Americans, we got to move. We got to move with clear eyes, okay? Systems of exploitation didn't vanish. Many just changed uniforms. Here she shows that these royal courts and merchants and militias and colonial partners, they all collaborated to traffic African bodies, our descendants. And, you know, that's the record. And the question isn't whether you love, you know, it's not whether you love Africa or not. And I'm not here to disparage all Africans, but we're going to talk the truth. You see? We can love people and culture and still demand accountability from institutions and elites. I'm telling my people they shouldn't feel safe. They shouldn't feel safe with Black Africans in Africa or over here. And safety is not a feeling, it's structure. If those structures are weak or predatory, your family isn't safe, and that's it. And I'm telling you now, you all see that exploitation did not retire in 1865 when we won the war. Today's global modern slavery shows up as human trafficking and debt bondage and forced labor. It's still there. Whether we're talking about the Middle East or Europe or Asia or whatever, they're still trafficking Black bodies. So if you travel to relocate anywhere, especially Africa, you need to understand the real risk of assessments. You also need to understand the visa traps and the property fraud and the police shakedowns and the scams and the structural vulnerabilities. These are not individual misunderstandings. This is system-wide. This is culture-wide. You need to protect your family like your future depends on it, because it does. And to my Black sisters, you need to trust your instincts. You might be an American over here, but over there, you just another Black female body. And unfortunately, you treated, I hate to say it, but you treated pretty good over here in the United States compared to how Black women are treated across the world. You have more rights here than most Black women will ever have. So you need to trust your instincts. You need to register with the embassy. And you need to use reputable logic and transport. If something feels off, it probably is. See, predators target the isolated and the uninformed anywhere in the world. You see? Go where you chose. Don't go blind. The mentality that monetized black bodies in 1865 is the same mentality that monetizes vulnerable people today. Shout out to Hassan Irby. They choose profit over people, face over truth, and partnership that becomes dependency. Don't outsource your safety. Okay? If you guys need me to help you out, you can call me at 713-229-0770. If you're going somewhere foreign, I have a lot of connections in this country and around the world. I'll be more than happy to try to clear the path for you, at least hook you up with some people, whether we're talking about South America, the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, whatever, even Europe. Let me know. I'll provide that service for folk, for elite level travelers, so to speak. I got connection. Uncle D is the plug. But I want to get back to this thing. So, we need to stop lying to ourselves about Africans. Okay? They didn't learn betrayal from colonialism. Colonialism didn't create division. It capitalized on it. And here's something else you need to understand. European control over Africa only lasted about 100 years. Africa is 100,000, thousands and thousands of years old. From the 1800s to 1960, that's a blink in history. It's a brief century of occupation made possible only because the groundwork had already been laid by African hands. The forts, the ports, the slave routes, the blueprints of domination all existed before the Berlin Conference in 1884. When Europe carved up Africa like a carcass, the Europeans didn't build a door. They simply walked through the one that was already open. What are you talking about, Uncle D? I'm talking about the fact that what we know as Nigeria, or the kingdoms of Benin or Oyo or Dahomey, before Britain arrived, the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Fon kingdoms were already trading flesh for profit with the same Europeans. The Oyo Empire, shout out, I see y'all contribute to the super chat, but let me do my thing. These people made a fortune capturing and selling rival tribes through ports like the Badgery and Lagos and the Kingdom of Benin. Okay? They had a direct involvement. They later permitted the trade through vassals. So by the time Britain seized Lagos in 1861, the Portuguese, the Dutch had already been on the same coastline for 300 years. They'd already surveyed the land and built the forts. Britain declared Nigeria a colony in 1914. My grandmother was born in 1914. And by 1960, that's 46 years later, it was independent. So you telling me that colonialization did all this to y'all in 46 years and y'all got a 10,000 year history? You saying less than half a century of colonial rule. One generation, Britain didn't have time to build a new culture. It simply inherited a slave trading infrastructure Africans had already built. They just did it better than the Africans did. They made it more profitable. Colonialism was a merger, not a conquest. Same thing for Ghana. They built the Elima Castle. It was built by the Portuguese in 1482 and later became the Dutch and then British. Same building, 3 empires, one purpose, one continent, Europe. The Ashanti people. Powerful and organized. They expanded through war and slavery, trading captives for European firearms. Officially, Britain declared the Gold Coast a colony in 1874, and Ghana gained independence in 1957. That's 83 years. That's barely a lifetime. Again, colonialism here didn't last long enough to teach civilization. It only industrialized betrayal. They offered Africans a few trinkets, and the African did what they did best: treachery. Same thing goes for Togo, Benin, and Sierra Leone. 153 years for Sierra Leone. Togo, Benin, 70 years. Senegal, somewhere between 65 and 70 years of colonialization. So when you Africans start talking about how bad colonialization was, you're lying. It lasts between 50 to 80 years. Again, colonialism did not teach betrayal to Africans. It simply rewarded it. And across the continent, European rule averaged 50 to 80 years per nation, less than a human life. That's not enough time to rewire a civilization. It's only enough time to exploit the cracks that were already there. The same castles, the same coastlines, the same royal families cooperating with new masters. The only thing that changed was the flags. Europeans didn't conquer Africa with brilliance or morality. They conquered it with permission. The kind bought by greed and vanity and betrayal. By the time the gunboats came, the door had been wide open for centuries. Colonialism wasn't the teacher of Africa, it was a mirror. And what it reflected was already there: division, ambition, and betrayal dressed up as diplomacy. The world keeps saying Africa was conquered, but the truth is uglier. Africa sold itself. And that's the truth that we got to face when we start talking about tribalism. Tribalism was the first betrayal, not colonialism. Long before there were colonies, there were rival clans and kingdoms that war with each other, fighting for dominance and pride. And then the Portuguese and the British showed up. They didn't have to teach Africans how to fight each other. You all did that very well. All they had to do was offer a profit for it. The kings, the chiefs, already had a system built to hierarchy and conquest and selling people and war and rival tribes. It became a business. And from the business grew the transatlantic slave trade, not because the Europeans forced it, because hell, it was already there. It was selling them the Arabs the whole time. It's still there. The Africans just had a new supplier. And you want to fast forward 400 years. That same mentality still lives among us today, dressed up in modern clothes. You can see it in this diaspora today, in how these people come from Africa and the Caribbean, and they immediately start separating themselves from foundational Black Americans. They brag about how they're not like us, how they're more disciplined, how they're more educated, how they're more respectable. You don't think those people in the Congo did that during the time of King Alfonso? You don't think that's what Anthony Johnson did when he looked at John Castor? They repeated the same damn stereotypes white America invented and to demean us, because they inherited this tribal mindset. If I'm not on top, I'll find someone to look down on. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. That didn't come from colonialism. That came from home. That came from generations of Africans taught to see themselves not as one people, but as separate tribes. Even today, they will tell you we were not the same people, so they can't be held responsible for selling Black people into slavery, because they were African foundational Black Americans into slavery, because they would tell you we are not the same people. It's the same thing. Generation after generation, they've been taught we're not the same people, we're not one people, that we're separate tribes. It's the same thing that fueled the slave trade, and now it fuels this diaspora divide. When they say we're not like those foundational Black Americans, what they're really saying is we're still fighting old tribal wars, just on new soil. You see it in the politics. When America wants a black face to calm things down, they don't go looking for someone who will speak truth to power. They find someone who will toe the line. Someone who will wag a finger at black Americans, lecture us on respectability, and blame us for how oppression while staying quiet about global anti-blackness. That's Anthony Johnson's mindset all over again. Align with the system, profit from it, and justify your place by stepping over those who share your skin tone. And economically, it's the same old song. The minute they get access to money, education, opportunity, too many diaspora elites run to integrate with white folk in white spaces instead of building their own and helping us with our own. They join the oppressors. They want to sit at the oppressor's table instead of building their own house or helping us reinforce ours. They chase titles, not freedom. That's when the flags come out. They chase validation. My son got accepted to all 17,000 Ivy League schools. Flags come out. He's a special Negro. Every time they do, they prove the spirit of Anthony Johnson, the first African immigrant, black African immigrant, the first man to own an African for life, fought for it. He got that I'll sell you before I free you spirit. It's still alive and well. We can't sugarcoat this anymore. That betrayal that started in Africa never stopped. It just evolved. The weapons changed from spears to social status, from slave ships to scholarships. But the result is the same: division, distrust, and decay. That's the real diaspora war. It's not about who said what on social media. It's about integrity. It's about whether we can finally break the curse of selling each other out for acceptance. Until we face the sickness, the tribalism that made us easy prey, we will never heal. Because the truth is eternal. No one can enslave you unless someone who looks like you opens the gate. That's how it happened then, and that's how it's happening now in politics and business and media, in every place where black unity should be our greatest strength, but instead becomes our greatest weaknesses. That's why Anthony Johnson's story is still matters. He wasn't just the first African to own a slave illegally in America for life. He was the blueprint for betrayal. The first living proof of what happens when pride and greed and tribal arrogance overpower solidarity. And you throw a little white validation in there, oh Lord. He was a mirror of treachery with a familiar face. And for 4 centuries later, many of us are still staring in that mirror, pretending not to recognize ourselves. And now the question we ask is this. Something that most folks are too afraid to whisper. Our foundational black Americans, our African Americans, our black Americans, are the indigenous black Americans here in this country. Are we safe from this treacherous culture that birthed somebody like Anthony Johnson? Because see, right now, almost 1 in 4 black people in America are either foreign born or children of immigrants. They're not just bringing food and rhythm and accents. They're bringing a culture shaped by centuries of political corruption and tribal favoritism and social climbing. A culture where loyalty is cheap, deceit is currency, and getting over is celebrated as genius. These people thrive on scammery. And let's stop pretending it's just a cultural difference. It's a cultural conflict, plain and simple. Foundational black Americans built a world out of survival, unity, and trust. Our culture is rooted in integrity, courage, and sacrifice because we had no safety net but each other. But all too often, these folk arriving from abroad, they come from systems where betrayal is considered strategy and where morality bends for convenience and where integrity gets traded for influence. That's not unity. That's infiltration. And Black American culture has always been about creating value from nothing, building music and language and politics and style from the ashes of slavery and segregation. We took trauma and turned it into art, pain and turned it into power. That's cultural invention. But the imported African mindset, it reverses that. It's a culture of extraction. It doesn't build, it exploits. It looks for a system to game, a person to finesse, or a platform to hijack. That's why so many African elites treat proximity to whiteness like success and view moral compromise as strategy. And now that mindset is being passed down to their children here on American soil. That same way tribal kings sold their rivals for profits and their descendants sell our image, our culture, and our struggle for sponsorship and job validation. That's why they dress up like us. And the danger isn't just that they think differently, it's that they think dishonestly. They see foundational Black America not as family, but as an opportunity. And when people without roots in our struggle start controlling the narrative of our identity, our power begins to rot from the inside out. Let me make this plain. Black American culture and African culture are not the same. They never have been. One was born from resistance, the other one was shaped by submission. One was forged in the fire of oppression, the other was modeled by centuries of hierarchy and exploitation. We share the same skin, not the same system. And that distinction matters. Black American culture was born in the belly of the beast. It was a child of captivity that refused to die, from the plantation to the projects. We learned how to build communities out of chaos. We turned field chants into gospel, and gospel into blues, and blues into rock, and jazz into hip hop, and each evolution a testimony to reinvention and creativity and collective strength. Our culture is built on unity and intervention and survival through solidarity. We learned early that our only protection was each other, and when the world refused to see our humanity, we had to create it ourselves. That's why we emphasize brotherhood and shared struggle and mutual uplift. That's why Black American culture birthed freedom movements, HBCUs, spirituals, civil rights, and entire genres of art that shaped the global consciousness. You see, Black American culture is of transformation. We take pain and turn it into progress. We take oppression and turn it into opportunity. We don't measure success by how well we manipulate others. The African culture, look, listen to me, since y'all wanted, because they brought the culture thing up. Remember they said we don't have culture? This is why you getting this smoke. You all said we don't have culture, so I'm gonna tell you about your culture, African culture. We're talking broadly here about traditional modern political culture. It's not monolithic, okay? I'm not gonna castigate all of them, but it is definitely tribal by nature. It's built on lineage and clan loyalty and ethnic hierarchy. From ancient kingdoms to modern states, the organizing principle has been my tribe first. And that mentality worked in isolated systems, but becomes poison in multi-ethnic or diasporic settings. You got Black people going over there who observe the African social scene, and they've said it bluntly. Too much of Africa today runs on tribalism and corruption and self-interest disguised as leadership. Politicians buy loyalty instead of earning it. Communities rise by exploiting others, not by collaborating with them. Even among educated elite, you see competition over cooperation, that same crab in the bucket behavior that keeps the entire nation stagnant. It's a culture that often mistakes cunning for intelligence, hierarchy for order, and deceit for diplomacy. And when the mindset migrates, it does not adapt. It colonizes. It infiltrates spaces meant for unity and turns it into battlegrounds for ego, status, and control. Look, the fundamental difference between Black American and African culture is this. Black American culture is collective. African culture is competitive. Black American culture is centered on shared survival. We rise together or we fall together. African culture is centered on tribal dominance. My group must win even if everyone else loses. So what we're looking at is their tribalism versus our brotherhood. And these are two different tribal models. Tribalism in the African context is exclusive. My clan must dominate. Brotherhood, as we describe it in foundational Black American context, is inclusive. My people must survive together. Both are tribal in structure, but they are opposite in spirit. Let me give you some examples. When we talk about African tribalism, the root principle, they're loyal to the bloodline and the hierarchy. What's the outcome? You end up with competition and fragmentation. Foundational Black American culture, the root principle is loyalty is a shared struggle and justice, okay? What's the outcome? You got unity and cooperation. So we're not rejecting the tribe, we're redefining it. We took the raw tribal instinct that came with us from Africa, okay? And we redefined it to something higher. Solidarity through struggle. We built unity under oppression because we had no choice. Africans built hierarchy under independence because they could. And we forged brotherhood out of necessity. They preserved tribalism out of tradition. And now the tribal mentality has crossed the Atlantic and repackaged itself as Pan-Africanism. But beneath the surface is still the same competition for power, status, control, that divided that continent for centuries. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? Are y'all with me? You don't believe me? Let me explain something to you. So this whole 2024, this whole African Union, they passed a resolution. Basically, they declared the African diaspora will be treated as the sixth region of Africa. This means that Africans abroad, including those in America, are viewed as part of Africa's political economic body. And in that framework, reparations aren't limited to payments from colonial powers. They're also seen as economic and structural realignments of global power. And from a cultural, political, logical point, anyone of African descent, regardless of citizenship or national history, becomes eligible for return, investment, participation, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Now, to the African policymakers, that makes perfect sense since they're communal. In their communal worldview, the individual's history doesn't matter as much as the group's collective identity. So whether you're Ghanaian in London or a foundational Black American whose family has been here for 400 years, you're simply part of the extended family. And from the angle of the AU, it seems, they see including FBA in the sixth region as a righteous and strategic move. It legitimizes a global reparation discourse. And it attracts investment and consolidates the image of worldwide African unity. But see, from our side, from the FBA cultural lens, this kind of communal inclusion is not unity, it's absorption. You understand me? And we've heard the stories. Africans abroad complain that the money they send home to build houses or schools is redirected by relatives for the community because in their cultural logic, no individual is greater than the collective. If the village benefits from your personal sacrifice, it's seen as noble, even if it was taken without your consent. And see, that's their norm. But when the same mindset gets applied to us under policies like the AU 6th region framework, the danger becomes clear. If you allow a system that subordinates the individual to the collective, to include FBAs, then our legacy, our agency, and our reparative justice movement, it risks being turned into resources for others' agendas. And in the model, the community, in that model, the community or that nation can decide what's best, even if it means sacrificing your specific lineage and your rights and your reparations claim, or your political independence for the so-called greater good. And so again, from an African worldview, that is, shout out to Ella Truth. And so from the African worldview, we might get to 30 super chats. That'll be cool, but let me finish working because I want to earn it. So from the African worldview, it's reasonable. It's even considered righteous, okay? Now from a foundational Black American worldview, it's a setup, okay? And we must ask the question, when the community decides what's best, do we ever get to decide for ourselves? And if the community benefits by sacrificing one of us, is that justice or betrayal? Because in our tradition, you don't trade your brother to get ahead. You lift your brother so we both go ahead. Okay? And if African culture as it exists today had been transplanted directly in the conditions of slavery in Jim Crow America, we wouldn't have survived. See, tribalism breeds, look, tribalism doesn't breed solidarity, it breeds betrayal. And under slavery, a tribal mindset would have made rebellion impossible. We'd have been too busy fighting one another to fight the oppressor. And that's exactly what European colonizers exploited in Africa. Rival clans selling one another, kings trading their neighbors, chiefs turning rebellion into commerce. And here in America, survival demanded something different. It demanded loyalty beyond bloodline, unity, beyond trade, and trust beyond convenience. It demanded the ability to look at another Black person from any background and say, your fight is my fight. And that's not African culture. That is uniquely foundational Black American culture. That's why when we rose up in Montgomery and Birmingham and Selma and Ferguson, we did it as one people, not as Yorubas, not as Ashantis, not as Zulus. That's why we built institutions like the Black Church and the HBCUs and powered the NAACP, and we got all these laws changes, okay? These were spaces where tribes didn't matter, only purpose did. Okay, and African culture as it stands, it can't survive here. Not because America will reject it, but because Black America already outgrew it. Your culture, my dear African brothers and sisters, is obsolete in this land. See, unity is the foundation of our survival. Tribalism is the foundation of your chaos. When African immigrants bring that same status-driven hierarchical mindset into our communities, they're not bringing strength, they're bringing division. They replicate the same political games that ruin their nations, only now dressed in dashikis and Black excellence and hashtag. You can't build unity on hierarchy, family. You can't build trust on manipulation, and you can't build a future with people who see you as a rival instead of a brother. That's why importing African communalism to Black America doesn't uplift us, it infects us. It reintroduces the same disease Anthony Johnson represented, the willingness to betray your own for proximity to power. We didn't survive because we were African. We survived because we became something Africa never was, and that is united. Family, as I close out, and I know I've been long-winded tonight, but this is important. As I close out, I want you to understand, and I'm saying this with all seriousness, delineation is no longer optional. It's survival. In the coming decades, Africa's population will explode. Hundreds of millions more Africans will be competing for resources, power, and opportunity. And many of them will be looking to come over here to America as their next frontier. And that's what's happening at the same time that this racial hostility is kicking up in our country and is rising again. And that's a dangerous combination because where there's conflict, there's always profit for a sellout. And history shows us whenever the pressure builds, There's always a line of treacherous opportunist folk ready to sell out foundational Black Americans for $1, a title, or a damn green card. Here's what we got to face. And this is the truth that most people are too scared to say out loud. Africans and Caribbeans and anybody else, we're not on the same boat. And they never been. Because no matter how rough things get over here, they've got something we don't. They got a parachute. They can always go home. And they'll tell you that proudly. Many of them spend their entire lives in the West plotting and positioning and extracting every opportunity they can from jobs, education, resources before they cash out and return to the motherland. And for them, America is a means to an end. For us, it's an end because this is our home. When the smoke clears, when the money dries up, and when the backlash comes, they can pack their bags and head back to Jamaica, Trinidad, Ghana, Uganda, Nigeria, wherever they came from. They can start over. That's not our reality. We don't have a home to run to. America is our home, our blood, our sweat, our ancestors built this soil. We can't sell out and fly away. Shout out to Alabama. That's a lot of Clay Child. Yeah, we can't go home. We can't fly away. There's no fleeing for us. So when these folk come over here and exploit the system and manipulate our struggle for their benefit and then retreat to the comfort of back home, we're the ones left holding the bag. Again, that's why delineation matters. We must draw the line. We must vet who gets to speak for us, who represents us and who leads us, because too many people are walking through the door just because they're Black. Not because they're loyal. And that loyalty test must be enforced. They want to tell us all our problems, but they don't want to hear ours. They want to tell us all their problems, but they don't want to hear what we have to say. They come here with their hands out talking Pan-Africanism, unity, and Black brotherhood, and talking about, oh, y'all called us African booty scratchers, all this sort of stuff. Okay? Trying to make us feel guilty and how they victims. But the minute they get a degree, the minute they get a title, the minute they get a corporate job, they turn their backs and start lecturing foundational Black Americans about how we need to work hard and be respectable and how we don't have culture. Same thing the colonizers once lectured their ancestors about. We got to start guarding the door. There was a movie that came out. Most everybody saw it. Sinners. In that film, it was the guy that was in the field was a longtime friend. He showed up at the barn door after he got bit by a vampire, begging to come in. He looks familiar. He sounds the same, but he's infected. And the ones inside the barn knew if they let him in, they'd all be turned. And that's how we got to move now. Until they're vetted, they don't come in. Until they prove they share our struggle, our ethics, and our loyalty, they don't get to lead us or teach us or speak for us. They don't get an automatic access to our institutions or our movements or our representations just because we share melanin. Look, fam, skin color is not a password. If they earn it, fine. But nothing is given. Make them prove themselves the way we would have to prove ourselves when we go back to Africa. Don't let outsiders run. They don't let outsiders come run their governments, or media or schools. So why are we letting outsiders who don't share our culture or our fight take authority over us? See, let's be honest with each other. This is not Pan-Africanism. This is parasitism. It's infiltration disguised as solidarity. And if we don't start gatekeeping, if we don't start protecting the house we built, we'll wake up one day to find our entire legacy hijacked by people who neither bled for it or nor believe in it. So can we coexist with that? Yeah, but not safely. People who survived slavery and Jim Crow and redlining and mass incarceration can't afford to be undermined by those who see deceit as diplomacy. Our progress demands integrity. Our unity demands truth. Until we face this clash head on, until we stop confusing shared melanin with a shared mission, we're going to keep losing ground to those who don't love us. They don't love us. Africans don't love us, they don't respect us, and they damn sure don't understand our culture. And once you just accept that, we can move on. To these people, we're just another conquered tribe. And in this regard, they want to reconquer us. But instead of Europeans, it's people who look like us and sound like us and smile like us while draining the blood from our future. I hope you see the threat clearly. And I know I got some black folk. Look, man, I know I got some African people and Caribbean people. I'm doing this for my people. The same way you would do it for your people. And I want my people to see this threat clearly. We have to move with a purpose. No more talking in circles about unity that doesn't exist. People don't want to unify with you. Not all of them, but shout out to the people who are down and righteous. I'm with you. But we can't have any more open doors for people who don't respect the house. It's time for foundational Black Americans to build walls of protection around our legacy and our cultural and economic politics. We got a lot to lose. We can't stop the influx, but we can stop the infiltration. Shout out to Fuquan. We can't control who comes here, but we can control who speaks for us. We can't prevent them imitating us, but we can damn sure protect what we create. Every voice that claims to speak for Black America must be vetted. We got to demand lineage transparency from politicians, media figures, activists, and influencers before anyone can stand up on a platform or use a hashtag or represent our struggle. We need to ask a question. Are you of us? Do your ancestors' bones lie in this soil? Do you share the bloodline that built this country through bondage and bravery? If not, that doesn't mean they're our enemy, but it does mean they're a guest, not a gatekeeper. See, guests don't get a chance to rewrite the house rules. Guests don't decide family business. Guests don't sit at the head of the table. That's not hate. It's hierarchy. And that hierarchy is how nations survive. You can't protect what you don't control. That means more foundational Black American banks, businesses, and media outlets and schools. If we don't own it, someone else will. And the minute someone else owns it, it becomes a weapon aimed back at us. We need our own think tanks and our own PACs and publishing houses and film studios and social networks, institutions to tell our story the way it happened, not the way others want to tell it. And every dollar we spend must become a bullet in the battle for cultural preservation. Stop donating to movements that erase our identity. Stop funding organizations that pretend all Black people are the same. Invest in lineage first power structures. Ownership is the only real reparations. These people are trying to replace our narrative, our image. They're turning our fight for freedom into a melting pot of confusion. And suddenly every immigrant, influencer, and opportunist claims to be a Black American. Even when it's convenient, then the flags come out. We need to reclaim our identity. We must define who we are. We what we stand for, and what separates us from everyone. That means teaching our children our own history, not Pan-African fantasy, but the real lineage of foundational Black American, from plantations to Tulsa, from Selma to Silicon Valley. Our struggle has a name. Our ancestors have faces. Our story doesn't start in Lagos. It starts in Mississippi. It starts in Alabama. It starts in Louisiana. It starts in Oklahoma. It starts in Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Virginia, Maryland. Before this country was here. Look, every great people protect their culture. Jewish people protect their culture. Irish people protect their culture. Japanese people protect their culture. But when foundational Black Americans try to protect ours, we're called divisive. Let them talk. Because the truth is, we can't build unity without boundaries. That means no free passes, no automatic inclusion based on melanin. Everybody can't get invited to the cookout. If you exploit, if you disrespect, if you misrepresent us, you're out. No matter what color you are. If you use our culture to elevate yourself but refuse to defend our people, you're a colonizer in blackface. And we need to teach this truth in our homes, in our churches, in our classrooms, and online. Being Black in skin does not make you Black in spirit. Look, economic independence is cultural independence. Every paycheck you earn and every purchase you make is a political act. Either you're strengthening our people or you're feeding our replacements. We need an economy built on trust and transaction among ourselves. With foundational Black American professionals, tradesmen, entrepreneur exchange resources before we export anything, because, you know, when outsiders control our dollars, they control our destiny. Another thing, and I'm gonna look, man, many of these politicians that we see standing up under this black banner in Congress, they call the Congressional Black Caucus. They're not foundational Black Americans. They're first and second generation immigrants whose cultural and political ties extend beyond our Black American lineage or slavery or Jim Crow Reconstruction. And this distinction, it matters because it helps explain why so many of their policies seem detached from the everyday realities of Black folks here in America. Sheila Jackson Lee, rest her soul. She recently passed away. She was Jamaican. She represented Houston's 18th district for decades. She claimed to be an advocate for Black Americans. Many of her policy stances reflected immigrant-oriented perspectives, particularly around immigration and expansion and asylum and access and international development funding. That didn't do anything for us. We don't benefit from a bunch of immigrants coming over here. And she's not alone. Elian Omar, this woman is from Somalia. She's been vocal about refugee and immigrant rights, but her advocacy rarely intersects with the specific economic needs of foundational Black Americans. Same thing with a lady named Yvette Clarke. She's Jamaican descent. She's consistently pushed for Caribbean relations and broader immigration reform, but she rarely leads on issues such as reparations and land laws or specific wealth gaps tied to American chattel slavery. Hakeem Jeffries. This man is now the House Minority Leader. This man is a Grenadian, from Grenada, Grenadian descent. Man is charismatic, he's politically astute, but he has carefully distanced himself from reparations or anything explicitly lineage-based about FBA. Shout out to Fuquan. Another man, Gregory Meeks, also of Caribbean heritage. He chairs the international committees and prioritizes global trade and initiatives that seldom touch foundational Black American, the wealth gap that we're dealing with. Ayanna Pressley, she's born in America, but she aligns herself with the broader intersectional and immigrant coalitions rather than just focusing on Black American specific lineage. These folks are Black in appearance but foreign in lineage. And that's not judgment, okay? It's social political reality that we have to deal with. Their perspectives are shaped by immigrant narratives of arrival, opportunity, and assimilation, not by generational struggle, redlining, or reparations. Their parents came to America seeking access. Our ancestors built the nation they sought to access. So when they formed the policy backbone of the Congressional Black Caucus, it's no surprise that its agenda often leans toward immigrant advocacy and multiculturalism and symbolic representation instead of direct Black American empowerment. They identify as black politically, but many identify culturally as Jamaican, Nigerian, Somalian, Haitian, Grenadian first, and American by convenience or necessity. Okay? And see, because the white power structures understand these differences, they use these people strategically, backing candidates that look Black but don't share the same historical obligations. It's a new form of racial substitution, representation without roots. So from the Congressional Black Caucus to city councils, we've allowed too many people with no lineage, okay, to our struggle to speak on our name, and that needs to end. You got to vet these people. These people who claim to represent Black America, we got to demand transparency. Who are your people? Who funds your campaign? What have you done for foundational Black Americans specifically? Not for minorities, and damn sure not for immigrants, but for us. And if they can't answer that, they don't deserve our vote. No lineage, no loyalty, no support. Now, we started this off, are Black Americans safe in Africa? Or with tribalistic African culture here in America? I think I've done my job. I'll put this out there, and you all have to answer that question. It's not for me to make that determination, but I want to thank you all humbly and appreciatively for the time you've spent with me on this very long broadcast. I hope you all debate it and discuss it, whether you agree with it or not, whether you like it or not. I think this is let's put this as this needs, we're going to put a pin in this and we're going to talk about this because things are changing. Nevertheless, as I always say at this time, this is Uncle D. I love you all. I appreciate you all. If you're offended by what I say, fine. Remember, you all opened this conversation. You wanted to talk about my culture? You want to talk about my foundation of Black American brothers and sisters? You want to talk about my culture? Well, you open the door for me to talk about yours. Thank you, Roger Marine. Thank you, everybody. I love you all. God bless you all. I appreciate you all. And as I always say at this time, I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.
Mm-hmm.